Good morning, everybody. There we go. Ding ding. Endometer looking extremely positive. Good to know. I can't think of very many things more important to me. Rims and Tims. Were you having tooth problems? No. But I remembered at 6 o'clock this morning that I had an appointment. Getting on SST calls today? Probably. There's a little Reddit open. Is the tooth fairy adjust for inflation? Oop, SSTIV spiking. That's good. 13K OI on 55 weeklies in SST. LOL. Yeah. People are YOLOing hard. AMD below 100. Awesome. Yeah. Relatively cheap. SST will be red today. No, there should be FTDs due from last Friday. ETFs up at open. It's buy volume low. Market seems undecided. Well, inflation's up, but maybe not as much as people expected. I was hearing projections of like over 1% and 1% increase. It's up 0.6, which is, I mean, still a lot, but somehow I just sold a vertical call spread instead of rolling my CCs to next week. Waiting to buy more SST or getting in now? I already bought some. So very low volume on GameStop, but there are some FTDs due today from Feb 24th. So we might have a little bit of at least price stability. If the market really moves one direction or the other, we likely will too. Thought somewhere to enter for CCs. But I mean, you can wait till it runs a bit and try to capture some higher IV. Inflation that they show after skewing the numbers, of course. I'm back, baby. While I was gone, we had the announcement of the real Monkey Island 3, and I heard there was a spicy new stream intro. These are catalysts I was waiting for. Let's fucking go for MOASS. Let's go fucking go Guybrush for MOASS. Hashtag free Guybrush. Interesting. I hear you. Thank you so much, JC. I don't know if today is the day for Guybrush. It could be. Hmm. Muted? Suppressed? Why is my voice suppressed? Okay, there we go. What the fuck was that? Shady. Far enough out for AMD price action? June far enough out? It should be. It's beyond earnings, so not the worst. What's the SPY doing now? Cat's doing well this morning. I mean, everything's green today for the most part. Netflix is coming back up finally. Tesla looks decent. Little test of 1,000 in the pre-market. GME kind of stagnant. So weird, I can't hear anything. I've even reloaded. Maybe I wasn't saying anything? JC seemed like Guybrush simp? Similar. There we go. There's GME doing some stuff. How are they reasonably going to clear the 1.5 million FTDs on SST today? I mean, who says they are? Top of the morning to you, Girk. When first looking at a company, what do you look at as an indicator of future value? Also, what resources do you recommend someone trying to learn about TA? Hope you have a good day, Riku. I usually tell people to read technical analysis of the financial markets. Um, Usually the first thing I'll take a look at is earnings or most recent earnings. Um, See if they're beating estimates. You can go a little deeper and look at assets, cash flow, debt. Debt's a big one right now because of the increase in rate. It costs more to service that debt now. Spread is big on GME. It's, yeah, decent. It's almost at $1. Can I ask what SST calls and expiration date you bought so I can join in the fun? They're right there. I bought $30 for Thursday expiration. I'm tired as fuck. GME FTD ballpark numbers for today. I don't know. I mean, we could see like a test of maybe like 154, 56. If we get a good push from FTDs, they may not be great enough in number. What the fuck? Discord's doing that stupid shit again. Hmm. So they must cover today those FTDs for SST, right? They're due today. Yeah. Is it too early to ask about AMD weeklies? They can mark them long. Cover them in 35 days. Looks like something bad happened in New York City subway and Brooklyn. Okay. Sounds like something that happens basically all the time. BDS pushing to 290. Yeah, it's up quite a bit this morning, 5%. Struggling to push that down, huh? What's up, popcorn trader? Jesus Christ. Cat look better, HD too. Yeah, HD's looking good. I'm glad I bought in yesterday. At least 5 people were said to have been shot by a man about 5 feet 5 inches tall. This is why women on Tinder demand 6'7" figures and 8 inches. It's unsafe to do otherwise. Wait, what? I bought one call. Why am I not up 500%? So I just got out of my SST puts for profit and now went long calls to the next run. Let's go. Nice. Can you make the stream so that pigeon whales get a live feed and the pores get a delay so they can front run the pores? Would consider buying joining the queue. No, that's fucked up. Starting a new job Monday, but it'll probably mean I won't be able to watch for a bit while I get up to speed. Oh, for sure, man. Congratulations on the new job. Everything pumped and then dumped on a CPI. And the CPI news isn't nearly as bad as what I was hearing. Estimated. But the Fed's attacking inflation, and what they don't attack, oversupply will handle. I don't have a lot of liquidity after buying a new home. My GME is in my 401k. Should I consider taking a 401k loan and get my GME shares out? I want to make income from CCs. I don't know if income from CCs is gonna pay to service the fees for doing that. That doesn't sound like a great idea. Okay, it's unfair and messed up, but they're pores. Who cares about them? Me. Can't have any of this without the pores. I think the whole White House announcement of scary CPI was done to overpromise and underdeliver, so the actual number didn't seem so bad, right? Or because politicians don't want to be blamed for inflation and want to scare people. Poor shell. If you're using the desktop version of Discord, give the web browser version a shot. It's been stable on mine. Maybe a short-term solution. Maybe. I'm gonna see if I can update Discord. If there's like an update I missed or something. How do you cut a bagel without it being uneven with a thick spot and a paper thin spot that burns up on the toaster? Use a bread knife? 8.5% inflation isn't good. I can't believe we're saying it's not that bad. I mean, it could have been worse. Half full, dork. All right. Let's be half full people today. Hold on. I'm making money on Tesla. This isn't gonna last. My fucking options price not updating. Update. There we go. This. Come on, you can do it, little buddy. SST looks good. There we go. Moon. There. You do so much better than that. Oh shit. Wow, that was good. Okay. I'll take it. GME double bottom. BBBY starting to move up a little bit. Twitter coming down. Snap up 2% today already. Just losing a little bit of steam there. Where's SPY pump ending? Maybe back up at 450. Just sold a CC on Tesla. No, I scalped a call. I bought $1,000 call for this Friday. And it sold for some reason $50 above the ask. DDS up, yeah. Audio volume is lower than usual, even this morning. Can we lean in a bit? Should be plenty loud. It's not in the right spot, maybe. Yeah, it shows that it's like way up. Is Delta same like weeds? What? I didn't think so, but I had to ask. Unless I... No. Yeah, audio... The mic volume seems fine. It's like in the right range. SST dead? I don't think so. Although they may have covered a lot yesterday, right? Let's see. This morning's kind of weird. If it falls below this like 2437 resistance, then I'll probably get out of my calls for now and re-enter later. We'll get asked about SST more than AMD. Thanks, Magic 8-Ball. Normally SST would pump in the morning, right? I mean, it did a little bit. Is it gonna slip? Literally the candle stopped on the resistance. Push, bounce. GME coming up to the 148.76. Shorting pretty hard. That's overly aggressive. I feel like if I sell right now, it's definitely gonna bounce. It's gonna really piss me off. Hmm. Gap fill at 24, I asked earlier. I think there was one, but we filled it back here. The pre-market gap. Ooh, GameStop's still pushing up. This is bullish. See if GameStop can break 150. Sold my SST calls yesterday, and the second after it literally pounced. It's very volatile. I feel like MM's always short a little below the resistance. They try, yeah. That's usually where the stops are, right? And they can see the limit orders on their order books. I love it. One of Girk's patented "it's going up" bullish lines. Discord down again? The fuck? No, it's up. Or at least it's showing it's up. I don't know what the fuck's going on with it. XRT doing well. Might have missed it, been in meetings all morning. How high do you think GME will go today? Potentially it could hit like that next big resistance at 162.50. Although I don't think our FTDs are high enough. So I mean, if the market really rips, maybe. Um, but we'll see. I'm more interested in seeing if it'll actually cross 150. It got rejected just now pretty hard. CLVR doing ups. How much? Up 6%. Bad. 170s here gonna print. Docu's just fucking taken off today. Alright, so SST found a little bit of support there. Yeah, I think Discord went out again. What the fuck, Discord? I bought some AMD monthly 105Cs. Nice. By monthly, do you mean 414, Popcorn Trader? If everyone was just playing options on SST, my 25cc are basically just going to go to 0, right? Maybe. And the floor is higher than it was like 2 days ago. Yeah, Discord's being weird. The resistance usually means that more logs are willing to sell at that price. Or short interest outweighs buying pressure at that point. Mass shooting in the subway in Brooklyn. Fuck. That's intense. And I didn't even know. Any logic to long calls on BBY before earnings? My only context for earnings calls is GME, and they generally don't announce anything. Fucking Christ. Sorry, 1 second. Discord's acting up again. I can't. I'd like to wait for IV to die off more, learn some lessons there on GME. I don't know if IV's gonna die off more approaching earnings. It may die off after earnings, provided they're not very good. But I mean, there's no guarantee that IV is gonna die off post earnings. There's a greenish aura about you today. Yeah, I think it's kind of dark out. It's like fucking up the lighting. Oop, very slow breakout. We're doing it. SST's doing it, guys. CPI data 8+%. Yeah. Don't worry, guys. Massive rug pull coming up. Thanks, rug pullopotamus. Two DTE top of the chain calls on non-volatile stocks is an easy money printer, right? No. You said you bought 105s. That's not top of the chain. You didn't get exercised, but we didn't close above 28 yesterday, Mikas. You going to switch your candles back to Hank and Ashi? Probably in a minute. GME pushing up a little bit more. Very curious to see if this is able to break VWAP right now. Some resistance there. It's test at 154. Interesting. Explosive device too. Oh, I'm really far behind on chat. I'm sorry, guys. How do you feel about wheat? July 14. I think of averaging it down 14C, but not sure if the play is dead already. I don't think the wheat play is dead at all. It's just, but it's going to take some time. July may not be soon enough, and $14 may be a bit far out of the money. Ouch. It's got to be the SPY. No. SPY's actually doing. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't know why. I keep getting booted out of the Discord channel. I gotta fix that later. I figured out what the problem is, I think, but that's kind of a bitch to fix. DocuBroke 105. Yeah, it's looking good. What are SST's key levels for the day? I have them marked. 2469 and 2437. VWAP's kind of important at 2550. AMD price target 106 and 112. But farther dated for those. They're not weeklies. Weeklies may not see enough improvement. Docu's doing pretty good, yeah. SST on Reg Show? Yeah, it is. If RC is trying to talk BBY into selling off baby stuff, why did they just launch a combined online store with Kroger? I don't know. I mean, just because like RC bought in doesn't mean they were gonna cancel plans they already had in motion, right? Why do Hank and Ashi candles look so much more bullish? Kind of just the nature of it, right? The smoothing effect makes positive runs look more positive. PT for Docu, 111 for the current run. I haven't heard from Sanjit in quite some time. Non-voted shares will automatically be recorded as for the split. I like it. Yeah, that's pretty standard, I think. Do you think waiting until the end of this month is a safe plan for entering GME calls targeted at pre-split price movement? Sure. Yeah, I mean, as long as IV keeps dropping and the price keeps declining, there'll be more advantageous opportunities to enter long calls on GameStop. Would you buy today for quick profits? SST or GME? I mean, neither of those are guaranteed, right? I I bought Tesla for quick profits and then I sold it. How's GME doing in terms of Wyckoff? Still kind of following that more extended trend. This bump is in line with our expectations. I already had to explain this to somebody yesterday, and I'll explain it again to hopefully diminish the amount of shit I have to hear about this guy. Pulte's buy-in, whatever it was yesterday, even if it was $999,990, still would have been only 0.28% of yesterday's volume and has absolutely fuck all to do with our price improvement. I bought into Oxy yesterday on the dip. It looks good. Coffee time? And what do you call a boomerang that doesn't come back? I don't know. You tell me, Bithead. I do need some coffee. I've had none today. I went to get some, but the line was like 60 people long. I heard Farmer Jed has a question for you about SST that he wants to ask 8 times in a row. A stick? Activist investor is a nice name for somebody who performs hostile takeovers of companies. Terminology invented by rich people who fuck poor people over for fun to make them sound like good guys. It's not a positive term. They're also known as corporate raiders. I think you'll find out that like people like Carl Icahn, not as popular as you might think. Definitely not good guys. Broham, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah.
Do you have any book recommendations that aren't to do with finance? Sort of Shannara. I'm telling Florida Birds. But I assume everyone's read that. I never said I was a good guy. I just don't have the capital to be worse than I am. That's all. Not sure if you've looked at your local or national newslet, but let your friends and family know to try not to take the subway to Brooklyn right now. Yikes. And we were supposed to be there today for spring break. Yeah, I heard some shit happened, like a mass shooting. I don't really know anyone in Brooklyn. So, but that's unfortunate. Very sad. I don't know any of the details. How do you decide how much money to put into each trade you make, and how much of your capital do you usually have invested in trades at any one time? Of my capital intended for trades, all of it, right? That's what it should be doing. Money sitting in your account isn't money working for you. Usually I'll enter trades with a percentage of the available capital in an account. So if I have like 20 grand, I'll look to enter trades with like 2,000 at a time with predefined risk. Well, amazing quote. I just don't have the capital to be worse than I am. It's true. I still didn't see Bithead's fucking response to his joke. His own joke. Finish your joke, Bithead. They're losing the fight for VWAP on SST. Ah, gross. I want to say thanks for educating those of us leaving the cult of SS. They treat options the way that Tennessee treats books these days. 510's pickle. Let's fucking go. Thanks, Twin Peaks Townie. I appreciate it, man. Supposedly got a gas mask and construction vest through soot canisters and opened fire on random people. That's nuts. Those are the market makers buying the in the money calls. I think they're exercising them too, which is fun. This SST won't go long without getting volatile, right? This is going to attract a lot of interest. So, you know, we may be in a lot earlier than big institutions, but they're going to pick up on this. And when they do, it's going to get a little more wild. The answer is a stick. Oh, okay. Ha. BBBY dead? Wow. That's a... What an assessment, man. No? Just failed a test of 20. Fuck did SST go? Little recovery here, and then more ups. I like this reversal. This is fucking awesome. Bid ask is nice and fat around 40 cents. GameStop's bid ask is shockingly wide too today. BBBY near the money leaps on sale now. Yeah, right? What's the fucking QQQ doing? Why is it fucking me? Run, tech. BBBY near the money leaps on sale now. Christina, 6 months, activist investor, reminds me of billionaire philanthropist and is Discord muted? Oh, and hi, hope you are well. No, Discord's not muted. It's just being a piece of shit. I don't know why it keeps cutting my voice out. Hit some more institutions into the mic. Have you considered founding an activist fund that focuses on blue collar investors, return some capital to the poors? I have. I don't know what's activist about that. I would be collecting a fee, substantial one. More SST FTD covering after 11 a.m. Sure. Also before 11 a.m. Yeah, you've definitely been a member for longer than 6 months. Is she down for the week? BBBY? Just because of the little failed test? No, I don't think so. Girk used to be poor. If he can, we can. Get out of wage slave life. I did used to be poor. I'm still not rich. I'm just less poor. What's substantial? Standard rate. 8% or so. How do you define rich? I don't know, like more than $20 million. Yeah, that's low. You're rich in friendship. Goody. Do you have expectations going into BBY earnings? No, and you should never have expectations for earnings. It's a good lesson to learn now before you guys start thinking about, ooh, I'll play earnings. They're shit. They're always shit. Avoid them like the plague. They're like a tiny IPO where institutions get to fuck people over every quarter. No, I don't have $19 million. 8% of profits. You can't just, you can't take fucking commissions out of the asset pool. It's illegal. That would be called embezzlement. Thanks for helping me learn how to be less poor too. No problem, Sammy. Congrats, man. Is slow upward movement on SST controlled? If so, by which party? Thanks, Girk. Shorts and MMs. So the shorts are trying to pass the buck onto the MMs. The MMs probably don't appreciate that and are, exercising in the money long calls to fuck the shorts. It's an interesting scenario going on here. So, the MMs can profit greatly from this scenario by allowing the shorts to build synthetic long positions, and then they can mark those positions long, right, and kick them out 35 days on their end. So they're getting shorts to pay spot price of like whatever we're trading at now, $26, right? And they can kick those FTDs down the road and cover them, after dilution at like $3 and $4 a share. But in the process of doing this, they're kind of forcing the shorts to create more synthetic longs. It's a really fun situation. I'm a big fan of what's going on here. You probably consider wealthy to mean billionaire. I mean, by the time I'm a billionaire, will it really be wealthy? Rich, how long can you live without additional income? Well, what do you mean by that? Like if I actively manage my portfolio the rest of my life, but if I don't, then probably not very long. If you can afford DoorDash, you're rich. Or you could just pay the $9 a month and cut out the fees, the $9 a day fees. Is there anything that isn't affected by 8% inflation? Sure. They break it down in the report. Mochi, thank you so much for becoming a Jillionaire, dude. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday.
Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls.
I'm gonna give you 8% of my options gains. So you owe me like $200 today. That's not the fucking way that works, JFresh. So these warrants on SST basically give MMs a guaranteed fatty of an arbitrage play. Yeah. But they have to keep putting pressure on the shorts to do it, which is fun, right? Because then that keeps driving the price up. The shorts keep having to suppress it. And the shorts on this position are definitely going to run out of money before the market maker does. You're not rich either, Moon. Look at you struggling to pay your down payment on your house. Pathetic. So suspect MMs will keep SST from squeezing pre-dilution. I mean, yeah, that's their job, right? Everything in the market is designed to attempt to prevent things like short squeezes from happening. Well, normally, yes, we see them work together, but that's because they have the same interests, right? This situation is not that. Like what? Like region. And then, that just follows population density trends. %50 of it will be owed to mom. Listen, guys, I had to reverse my car like 6 times the other day. I don't want to hear it. We're knights of the round table. We dance when we're able. We do routines and chorus scenes with footwork impeccable. We dine well here in Camelot. We eat ham and jam and spam a lot. Very nice night. Thank you. Great movie. But Camelot's a silly place. Try to recall a quote you made a while back. Help me remember it, please. You said something like investing is to build capital, and something is to preserve capital. However it went. It opened my eyes and saved me from RSS. Thank you, good Gherk. I said trading is for building capital, investing is for preserving it. Probably. Thank you. Yeah, on second thought, let's not go there. Every time I think of Super Stonk, I think of that scene in the movie. Yeah, you can work to build capital too. I mean, that's how I built my initial capital for investing. I got bored, so I bought a few SST $25 weeklies. Now I feel like I'm playing along at home. It's more fun this way regardless. Good for you. SPY still slipping. Recovering a little bit. Tesla. Apple. Everything's just trying to break to the upside. Really kind of hitting my risk here on these. Don't really want to average down either. Thoughts on AMD rejection at 100 this morning? Everything got rejected. It's like basically market wide. Issue with the warrants and relative bar rate is 215%. Days it covers 15. Probably. Basically a similar situation, except they delayed the release of the warrants on SST. Do you keep notes about your positions and your strategies, or is it all in your head? I don't really keep very many notes. I used to. I've become far less diligent in doing so more recently. Yep. Closing that. You bitch. I'm down on AMD and now I'm sad. Sounds like it's time for me to buy. When you quit your day job, how much money did you have available to invest? 25,000. Well, I had 25,000 and I had another 25,000 to ensure that if I fucked up, I would have an extra 25,000. I didn't use that, but I had it there as a safety measure. All right, things are gonna slow down here for a minute. I'm gonna get some coffee because I haven't had any yet today. Give me like 10 minutes. I'll be right back, guys. Yeah, I'm back. Sorry about that. Fuck. Again? There we go. Testing. Okay. Oh, pooping during the SST push? Relax. AMD sending me to the breadline. Are you guys all just buying weeklies after I repeatedly said weeklies are a bad bet? Well, then you're probably going to get fucked on them. You're kidding, right, Ricky? Down bigly on my options I bought today. What did you buy into? AMD's just moving back to where it was yesterday, I think. Yeah, 96-ish is the low end of this. If you have like 100s and they're far dated, you're fine. It's very unlikely AMD is going to move back to the $86 range unless they have like shit earnings or something. That's the 5-minute. About puts on BBBY, does it look like it will continue down? Not much. There is a gamma slide down to 16 that it could hit. I don't know if it will. It's on it now. It fell below 19, so it's possible. It'll take some push. Was it because of profit taking? Yeah, largely. I think most people imagine a cheeky wink at the end of don't buy weeklies on AMD. No, there's no cheeky wink. That's fucking stupid. If you did that, you're dumb. It's big dumb. Don't do big dumb things. Man, nobody wants to carry their 25s past 2650 today, do they? Still kind of hoping my 101 AMD CSPs for 422 get assigned, even though I sold them at like 103 last week. Basis would be 96.90, so that would feel good. Yeah, that's a good price. SST hitting 55 end of day? Fucking unlikely. Is SPY gonna recover here? It might. Let's see. Well, it's found support on my magic line. Doesn't look overly bullish, but the trend could reverse here. Do you change your approach to a short trade week? They tend to be more volatile. So I usually don't trade them a lot. You know you're talking to me, right? Doing a big dumb is my number. Weekly SST equals smart. I mean, I don't plan on holding them till tomorrow. What's the earliest you would buy AMD? I'm looking July further. Right now I have 105s for May, which I think is mostly okay. Anything above like 106, I wouldn't want anything earlier than June though. What are you telling us not to buy weeklies? I thought the point of this channel was for us to buy your weekly CC merch. Superstock told me so. Oh boy. Yeah, AMD respects its SR lines pretty well. I mean, it's almost a blue chip stock. Do you think Twitter is going to poison pill Musk? I have no idea. I doubt it. You ever use point and figure candles? Not generally. You can use Renko. Those are fun. It does help filter out noise. Yeah. But that's why I use Henkanashi candles. I think a lot of people got burned on November weeklies on SS and turned. Oh, they definitely did. Safe House, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need GME to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe, motherfucker. Trades this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
SST feels like we're the Ukrainian farmers towing away broken down tanks from battles that don't involve us directly. A little bit, yeah. I'm okay with that though. Just again. Hey, look at that. Yeah, Discord keeps kicking me. Fucking stupid shit. Bit of a Johnson on SST. Bit of something. Someone's trying to break that 610 resistance. I think the setup is even better now for a gamma squeeze. Spurt didn't really gamma squeeze. Spurt fucking just squoze. The shorts didn't have enough time to get out before the buyout, and it just squoze. I mean, it had a float of like 9 million shares, so it didn't squeeze to the moon or anything, but it squoze. And then, you know, big institutions that came in for the squeeze, like Rentec, sold the peak and dropped the price. It diddled around at like $30 for a few days. I understand this is an options channel, but do you have an opinion on scalping with the 10K account? I mean, this isn't an options channel, but you can scalp with 10K. It's just risky. Scalping's very risky. You need extraordinary risk management to do it successfully. If you don't have good risk management, and you're not good at getting in and out of positions quickly, I do not recommend trying to scalp price runs. It'd be cool if one of my whale friends decide they want to do one of those buy the resistance big dick plays that they occasionally do. Your hugging friend wants to shop sugar babies again. Good luck with that. I don't approve of the sugar baby paradigm. If you're trying to get me to buy all the warrants, I might be able to, but no, won't do it. SST is weird for me though, because I was looking into it, and if I sold all of my GameStop, my Tesla, my O, and then margined all of that, I could almost. I'd need to find some pretty good margin, but I could almost buy the free float. I thought about this last night quite a bit. You should do it. I'm not gonna fucking do that. Yeah, it'd be on like I'd have to get like 10-1 margin. Imagine how much money you could make just CSPing that whole float into this 400% IV. Wow. Reading on the BBC how New York City crime rate has increased 50% since COVID. My brother's heading over and will use it to propose to his girlfriend. Not sure if he should give her a ring or a gun. Thoughts? It's not that bad. Only if you can DRS all your shares. I'll donate $5 to the cause. There's other people in here with enough money to do that. They can do it. I'm not selling my GameStop for some fucking get blown out on some stock that's about to be diluted on 10-1 margin. How do you think SST will go? I hope higher than 2688 today. The struggle is real. Did you see Cohen poached the Hood from Robinhood? Got their chief compliance officer. That's hysterical. Bill Lang would do it. I mean, he would. Just think how fun it would be watching Kramer try to figure out who Pickle Financial is. trying to find your old exit DD where you show how to sell during runs. Can't find it. Where is it at? It's on Reddit. It's on my profile. Just sort by like most upvoted. It should be near the top. I'm trying to convince my boss to day trade weeklies so I can take his position once he leaves for a promotion to afford his new investment style. Is this considered shorting a job? I think you just short your job by getting paid and not doing as much work as you're being paid to do. You own a lot of Tesla? Isn't that rug pull? I don't own that much Tesla. I'd also have to buy back my Tesla CCs that I sold last week, which I really don't want to do. I sold Spirit right before the squeeze and lost out on thousands. Yeah, me too. I sold it like 15. I was like, fuck this, I'm out. When DD Moon? I don't know, but apparently the price of the stock has no effect on the price of its options. Lower volume on the SST pullback looking bullish. I mean, the whole trend for today is looking bullish. They're losing control again. Takes a little while for it to break down throughout the day, but I think Tesla slowly climbed after the split because of FT news. How long do you think SST can continue on for until their stock is diluted? The shorts can't get out; they're trapped. So, or until there's a squeeze. I mean, this feedback loop of FTDs can only last so long. Like someone's gonna break. What are they doing to get the price to? It's not them getting the price to tank. It's people taking profit. So they lose control, right? And then it hits like $30 and people take profit. And the market maker deleverages and then they can get it back under control again. Which I'm definitely complicit in doing. I'm definitely gonna, if this hits 30, I'm taking profits. Like, fucking no question about it. Everyone needs to like the stream. I just scalped 3 CCs and covered for a quick 500. Nice, dude. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help. I know, but yeah. These paper hands need to take a lesson from me on SST. I'm still diamond handing my $25 calls. How much higher is wheat going to go? I suspect at some point it's going to just rip. It looks good though. It's climbing. The ETF itself is like sort of primed for a squeeze. It's an interesting situation. The SST loop is monthly or weekly? Every T plus 2 days? Already up 20% on June calls for wheat, but I still think there's more room to go. Me too. I'm also up on my 10s, finally. It's such a basic stock market play, though. I'm not a huge fan of it. Upgraded membership to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, Carbon Based.
Happy birthday, Gherk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need
you. Look at IO.
Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe motherfucker.
Ew.
Popcorn cold. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on both. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on
A nice bounce.
but we ain't no cult.
Geophysical Corp. Is this like one of those gyms where people lift rocks? I mean, I'm obviously not a fan. It's a penny stock that's losing value rapidly. And it is nowhere near breaking out of its descending channel, which is taking on a scalloped formation. This looks very, very bad. Are you playing the downside? Like the rate of sell-off is increasing. Isn't every day T plus 2? Shh. Have you seen similar setups to SST previously? Yeah, but I've been less able to explain them than I am now. No, those FTDs will compound. And they'll have to start paying obligation warehouse storage fees, which is expensive. You thought of shorting it? I mean, it's risky. It's a penny stock. Remember the risks inherent in shorting when looking at both of the stocks currently on our screen. Yeah, I know. Discord keeps disconnecting. It's very annoying. Explain the SST situation in a nutshell. Yeah, shorts took a bunch of positions for the like warrant release and the dilution of the float. So they took a bunch of short positions and then longs came in and started squeezing them out. And now the dilution has been delayed by the company. And so they're just stuck in this position trying to maintain this price point for as long as they can while FTDs continue to pile up. I think they moved it out to June. Yeah, no problem, S-Rule. Thanks, man. GME about to break upwards, big wedge. It looks bullish. I don't know if it's gonna break, but it's gonna move slowly up. I love how they have GME and SST on the same like fucking CNS pattern today. Just chugging shit through CNS over and over and over. What a fucked market. I just have options. I'm not buying any shares on this pile of shit. Tesla bounced? I don't know, did it? That doesn't look very good. Yeah, that doesn't look good. Still more downside. I should have flipped short on Tesla. Oh well. I'm surprised it's not trading 10x the volume. There's still not a lot of knowledge or interest in it. You know, somebody like moderately important's getting fucked right now because they're not talking about it in the news. There was a couple articles last week when it ran really hard, but that's been it. But the squeeze is far from over, right? It's like if you look at it on like the 4 hour or the hour, even on the daily, like this is just the beginnings, right? This is like kind of what our run up in January looked like. It's got these like highly volatile peaks. But yeah, this is just the beginning. This is not over. Nobody's been squeezed out yet. Maybe some smaller like retail positions or something, but so I'd imagine the interest would be in trying to reduce FOMO. The other people in your master's program know how fucked the market really is. Your professors? I mean, they do, yeah. It's gonna be hard learning theory that doesn't apply in the real worlds. I mean, that was my undergrad too, though, right? And it applies. Just keep your head down, right? You sell further out and roll. I usually sell weeklies on GME for cover calls, Jason. Sometimes I'll sell like 2 weeks out, but usually generally under 30 days and still only a small portion of my position, but that's because I have a lot of money locked up in other stuff right now. I'd probably sell more of them, but I sold a bunch of covered calls on naked calls and covered calls on Tesla on its last big run when IV was high. So um until I close those out, I have a lot of money leveraged. Sorry, I'm a poor. I don't care about that. With SST, do you also track FTD dates and OPEX dates to try and catch volatility with options? It's not really in any ETFs, so monthly and quarterly OPEX aren't really going to have too much of an effect. Um, Still, mostly not. It mostly doesn't have a lot of interest in anything. I think it's being added to a couple ETFs, but I don't know if that's going to help them open up more CNS pipelines in the near term. And the market maker is going to want more CNS pipelines in order to push out those FTDs and those obligations into the ETFs where they can clear them more easily. But it's a slower process and there's no shares available, right? So it's hard for the ETFs to build up a position. How do we get access to Pickles Picks now that I'm a billionaire? Oh, you have to link your Discord and YouTube accounts. You can wait till after the stream and DM me and I'll show you how to do it, or you can check the announcements channel. There's a in the pinned messages, there's a instruction thing for doing it. It's pretty easy. You just go to settings and accounts and you choose your YouTube account and link it. BBY big downs if it breaks the 1880-ish support. Probably. Not big. I mean, it can only really move down $2, and I doubt it'll move down the full extent of the Delta slide. I don't think like the short side of BBBY is very good here. But there could be an opportunity to buy shares really cheap, which is cool. Seems to be kind of holding 18. Its downside resistances have been very strong, like 20, 19, 18. They're all pretty strong because people really want to buy it below 20. BBY below 20 is a very, very good deal. Is your thesis going to be GME related? Probably not. Will VIX run with CPI data dropping? No. The CPI data dropped at 8:30 this morning. It's already out. The market ran. Would getting May SST calls give enough time for price movement? Yeah. Yeah, May'd probably be far enough out. May or June. How's Blue Apron looking? You know, I was looking at that stock a long time ago. It's had a big short position. I don't know if it'll keep moving though. I mean, based on its like months long downtrend, I would say I would want to see it break, you know, $5 before I really got interested. So I wouldn't be a huge fan of an entry at this point. Not without some confirmation of that move. There we go. SST back to green for the day. I wonder where the put call parity is on this. It looks like that's the other weird thing is SST is trading because of all the in the money options. It's trading above Gamma Max. Gamma Neutral's picking up too. Interesting. I want to look. Bitch. So many calls go in the money at 25. Yeah, the flip's at 25, so that's why they're fighting so hard for this price point. If it breaks out above 26, it's gonna create a positive delta hedge. Discord? Oh, did it disconnect me again? Sorry, I keep reconnecting the Discord, but it keeps booting me. Do you think they covered all the FTDs for today on GME? Volume seems a bit low for that. Not yet. I mean, it's still very early. The CNS doesn't close until 3:10. How many CCs did you sell for Burke? 0. I don't own 1 share of Burke. Even. That shit's expensive. What are Pickles Picks and what's the price for that membership? They're just like trades that I'm looking at for the coming week. Originally designed to encourage people to paper trade and learn entries and highlight various opportunities in the market. Abused by some as a way to YOLO degenerately into stocks. You know who you are. When you first got into this play with Jimmy, did you think you would be the face of this generation and hold so long you could sell and cash big time and live large and lavish? No, I just wanted to make a bunch of money. No, Long Johnsons don't have access to the Discord. They get the members only stream where we do go over some of them. Is your thesis going to involve JFresh in New Jersey? Did you enter a new position here? No? Probably wouldn't. TQQQ finally bounced. Piece of shit. Yeah, it did. Whatever. I hit my risk. I wasn't gonna keep carrying it. It's $130 SST weeklies degen enough to join. Good luck, man. What price targets do you currently see for Oxy? I have a better chart on TradingView, but I don't have it open right now. So I got in yesterday, but I think it's gonna break 64. And if we go out here, historically, at one point it used to be way higher. But there's some resistance here at 65, 68. If it can break to the upside of that, you know, it could hit as high as, like, especially nowadays with the prices obviously being far higher than they were in 2018, 2019. I could see it hitting as high as like the 90s again. That'll take some time. The short term, I'm looking at like 65, maybe, maybe 70 if it can break out. Yeah, the 15 and 5 minute on both of these look very bullish. Even the 1 minute looks bullish. But yeah, the 5 and the 15 look very good. At least another test of 30 maybe. Maybe it'll do better than that. We'll see. Why have the prices changed on my 25S? Why haven't the prices changed? Because the price of the stock hasn't changed. Like, IV is not going up or down. Since the market makers are in control over here, though, you should see a bump in IV before the price moves up. Seeing on Twitter that SST is doing 72% through dark pools today. 1269 could be spicy. Yeah, it could be. Any update on the MOASS bingo card? Gotta wait for the votes on the split. They're trying not to jump the ask, yes. And they're trying to short gaps in the order book too. Is what they're doing right now. But buy side's fairly stacked, so I don't think they're going to be too successful with that. What indicators do you use to track IV? I mean, if you're holding calls, you can see it. You can pay for live options data, but it's expensive. The live stream is great. My first expenditure trading was Cornishon subscription. Then I got my portfolio. Thanks, Shan. How would you determine a bump in IV? Slight increase? 10% increase? 20, 40? I mean, it could be as small as like 5%. But you'll see the price of your options change with no shift in the delta value. So like IV just went up a fraction just now. Wheat target's still July. Yeah, that's my early target. I have some wheat calls for October too. Why can't you see IV until you buy the call? Is that a normal thing? I was wondering if it was a weird broker thing, but is it the norm? You can see IV. It's on the when you go to buy the option, the IV is usually very clearly represented in the options order book. GME deep in the money calls purchase Jan 23 $1 strike. Wheat's going up everywhere. The price of wheat is going to go up. Europe's two largest wheat growers are fucking at war with each other. Are there any paid data services you'd recommend in particular? No. None that are reasonably priced. And you're not an institution. When you're not an institution, you're not going to get access, even paid, you're not going to get access to anything that you probably can't find somewhere for free. Losing control again. Third test today if it pushes up to 27. I want to be a billionaire so freaking bad. Every time Bruno Mars plays, so my second expense was billionaire. I appreciate it, Shane. Would a stock with 200 million shares only trade a million shares a day? Why would that same stock only be trading like 750K a day now? Is that type of volume action telling of something? It could be. It could be telling of illiquidity. I don't know what stock you're talking about, but. Or just a lack of fucking interest in it. But better to have calls or shares. I mean, do you want leverage or not? I don't know if I'd want to own shares in a company that's about to dilute their float. Ford 520 16C. Not a lot of time on that one. Probably not the most unsafe play though. When Cat test 220? I don't know, what's Cat doing today? I have an alert set, I think. I don't know. Seems like it's just kind of chopping around 218. It's not really pushing up yet. Is it a PDT if you're buying and selling different strikes of the same security? I think so. It's just if you're opening and closing a position in the same day. It doesn't matter what the position is. It's not like wash sales. What's the play if they're just going to dilute the float to make money until they do? If I tell you that a stock is going to run $5 to $10 a day every single day to the upside for the foreseeable future, you should be able to figure out a way to make money off of that. Little SST IV spike, tiny though, and not just IV. It's because it's approaching the test at 27 again. A split isn't the same as a dilution. It is a dilution, but it's not the same. Because your ownership stake increases along with the dilution. Why do brokers care if you day trade? Because they don't want poor people doing it and complaining that they lost money. I think, I mean, the infrastructure bill ramps up nuclear power usage, Elena. There's definitely an interest in increasing the amount of nuclear energy we use. What prices do you think SST will reach when it dilutes? I have no idea. Low. Open and close SST yesterday. I did the same today after I had a stop loss. Do I have any options, or can I not trade it the rest of the week? It's not just SST you can't trade for the rest of the week. It's anything. If you open and close another position on the same day in the next 5 days, then you'll get pattern day trader violation, which you can sometimes clear the first one, but they'll demand that you deposit $25,000. Yeah, for wash sales, different strikes don't count against each other. So if you close a position and open one in a different strike, if you're gonna meet someone for lunch, would you take your SST profits now or have them as a welcome home surprise at around 1:45 this afternoon? I wouldn't walk away from. Well, I don't know. It depends on what your position is. Is it super tiny? If it's like a super tiny position, then whatever. But if you have like a larger position in SST, I would not say that not watching it would be a good idea ever. The run, whatever run happens today, can be very short lived. Why do you have weeklies on SST? Is this projected to run longer? Because I just want to take profits from today. So you're telling me if someone wanted money that they could buy SST on the midday dip and then sell the next day on the run up and then just continue to do this and not get a PDT or GFE because of the T+1 settlement from options until dilution happens? What? Yes. PDT only applies to accounts under $25,000 balance. Are you playing both sides of the SST action somehow? No, puts are too expensive. And it's eventually like it's not trading, it's not trending down in any substantial way. The trend is up continuously. If you look at the baseline, it's not getting cheaper. Price trigger for HAL if it breaks over 40, 50. I think I put it in my analysis. Didn't I? Nope, never mind. I can't even fucking open it. I don't know. I don't have TradingView pulled up right now. You'll have to look at Pickle's picks. I feel like it was like 42.36 is the next resistance. And that's if it breaks over 40.87. So it's approaching it, but it's not there yet. No, I don't have a mullet. I just have uncut hair. Nice, Paul. Do you have any long dated calls on SST or just short term? Just short, in and out. I don't know what the fuck a skullet is, but I don't have one of those either. Is Express about to break down or up? I say up. I don't care. Sure, it's up 6% today. It doesn't look bad. It's a basket stock. It's like one of the worst ones. There's so many like new people in here. That's what I'm getting. I'm getting a lot of like new vibes. People asking me questions like, what's going on at 27? It's fucking resistance. Ouch. That was a nice big short. Man, they really don't want it to break 27. That's funny. Should have opened the stock over 25 if you wanted that to work. Skull is when you're bald with a mullet. I'm not bald. What's going on with puts costing like shares? And XRT puts our shares. Wheat smart for a long-term capital gains play. I don't know if it'll rally through the next winter. So probably not. Will SST make brokers cry on national TV? I doubt it. I doubt it'll even squeeze, honestly. The market makers are all over it. But it'll probably continue to be volatile within a ascending trend until the dilution. They've got it under control to some extent. GME turning on the 4-hour? Yeah, I saw. He just noticed IV on GME under 400. Or under 100. Oh, am I entering position soon? No. Why? Stocks don't go up for no reason. Projected price target for SST? No. Just playing the upside. Was it bolometer below a 5? 5.2. I think we can still run a little bit today. But I don't think we're going back to like 200 or anything for like weeks. Not since I streamed last, Squishy Digits. Like, I'd like to get more into Elden Ring. It seems really cool, but I just don't have the time. Interesting. They fucked up really bad this morning. They needed so they needed the stock to open under 25, right? Because if they'd gotten it to open under 25, people would have bought 25Cs. Then they could have let it run to 27, shorted it hard, and people would have sold. But because they opened it over 25, people probably piled into 30s. And so nobody's selling at 27, right? Because they're still not profitable. They need to get the price lower before the CNS spike first thing in the morning. Are your short-term calls on SST weeklies? Yeah, you're looking at them. These are the only ones I bought today. I have 14 $30 calls. Where's the bill meter? The fuck is that? We'll be streaming Return to Monkey Island when it comes out. So the stock I shared with you yesterday, BCTX, had big ouchie down. Surprise, of course it did. But thanks to you, I got out with profits and rolled out and up. Wouldn't have known how. Awesome, Mitch. Congratulations, dude. Glad you're on the long side of SST and GME. I wouldn't want to work against you. Have you played around with an Oculus? I have one. I played Beat Saber on it during the pandemic a bunch. And by a bunch, I mean like twice. Yeah. Which is a lot for me. If it wasn't for you, I'd be dead. I hope that's not true. More drought coming. We have less than average snowpack. Too much rain this winter. Yeah, Beef Saber. Imagine if you could see stock candles in Oculus. How would that affect your purchases? That'd be amazing. I just want to trade stocks like the computer in that Tom Cruise movie that wasn't very good. Minority Report. I just want to have like gloves that light up and then just like move my options around. Hedge funds and MMs are watching the stream. Quick, Girk, say you're selling your calls and it'll jump. I'm not. I was sure it was a euphemism. No, Beat Saber is a real game. Oh, I almost lost all my savings, but I got it all back by selling GME CCs. Yeah, sometimes you gotta reload. Sorry, did you just say Minority Report wasn't very good? Yeah, it wasn't. Pregnate Madcores virtually. AI bots are watching every stream at all times. Did I sleep? Not really. But that's Trash's and Darth's fault, so. How do you beat this Beat Saber game? You just chop up blocks with a sword in virtual reality. Vanilla Sky's a remake of another movie, isn't it? I did Barodactyl. It's official. Vertical Smile LTD. Thank you so much for becoming a billionaire. Oh, wrong song. There we go.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah.
No, I don't play VR actively. I have an like a Quest 2. How long were you trading before you felt you got an intuition for it? I don't know. Like over a year. It was like back when I was paper trading. I started like there was a hump that I eventually got over, and like, you plateau when you're getting better at it. You tried Echo VR? No. Tom Cruise is only good in Tropic Thunder. Tom Cruise is amazing in Tropic Thunder. I love that fucking movie. About 100 shares of AMD this morning. Why no complimentary CPU? Did the Wendy's cashier lie to me when I gave them my money? Probably. It was definitely not worth it for me, but I was bored. Did Kirk just say he loves something besides options? All into the guise of something called sentiment analysis. What the fuck is that? Kirk, you had me at Tropic Thunder. Simple Jack deserved an Oscar. Oh boy. No. I got my IBKR account debit card today. How do I get the margin credit card you were talking about? Look up IBKR margin card. Wasn't Downey Jr. nominated for an Oscar for that role same year as Ledger won for Joker? I think he might have been, which is insane. Jack Black carried Tropic Thunder. Your chair pillow is upside down. It wasn't when you first bought it. It bothers me. Good. Can you draw some triangles, please? I think the stocks are doing things because there are no drawings. No. Miss anything exciting? Mighty Potato, what's up, dude? Uh, Do you know about SST? Can you please take a look at VSTO, sportswear and ammunition manufacturer, US based. Most ammo used to be imported from Russia. Profit strong, have position a little below now. Thoughts? Why are people always trying to buy into fucking ammunition companies? What is it? VSTO? No, looks like it's doing okay. It's got a big fucking fat gap to the upside that it needs to fill. From a weird after hours price spike a few days ago. I mean, technically it looks good, but it doesn't look good for a move much above like 39. There's quite a bit of resistance. 39 to 42. Eh, no volume. You're the only one interested in it. Ghost of Teddy, welcome to Billionaires. Thank you so much, dude.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah.
Am I swinging the SST weeklies? No, I'm just buying them and then selling them.
Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need GME to move soon, man. Got the band GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trades this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
If CNS is responsible for SST's price movement, can we assume a solid upside break at precisely 1269? Not necessarily. Wonder Bread will make us all rich. We can't buy fresh bread. Interesting. I can't believe he got nominated for an Oscar for wearing blackface in 2009. Like, it still blows my mind that, like, no one discusses that that happened. Did you look into AMTX sometime? Buy a fuel company that makes zero carbon emission jet fuel that doesn't require modifications to engines. Ranked 250 to 26 in the past 18 months. DM me and I'll take a look at it. If Heath Ledger didn't die, he might have won. Yeah, I know. He was a guy playing another guy, playing another guy. Terrorist attack breaking news. I heard something happened. Brooklyn. I'll leave my apartment. I don't care. I mean, sad. Sad for people hurt or whatever. There's an interview with Jamie Foxx talking about it. Interesting. According to Burry, the CPI numbers are fake, as in smoothed a lot. They are. How do you feel about uranium? Is it lit green? If you want to buy uranium, you gotta wait like 5 years for profits. Biggest blizzard in decades rolling through here tonight. Through where? XRT going down fast. Steady drop all day. They're using it for share creation again? Probably. Expecting good news from BBY earnings tomorrow? No. What's the best place to store my uranium after buying it? Outside of your house. No, I don't think SST is an XRT. Some couple Schwab ETFs and some other one. Not under my bed. Yeah, probably not a great place for it. I know, wheat's moving. I'm stoked. Broke 11. For ETF creation, what's the maximum number of shorts that can be created for a single ETF? Constituent. That's not the right word. Um, Infinite? Ryan Cohen? That's on Rad. Heard you mention it the other day. I don't think it's a very good play. You could try it. I think they're just worthless and losing market share. We really want to push a BBBY down. So I've heard. That's an EVTL. I mean, this looks like the first time anybody's traded any of it in quite a while. This looks like garbage. Hot garbage. Hot, cheap garbage. I wasn't even alive back then, Kyle Griffith. I missed the Ghostbusters take on the Marshmallow Man. Shout out to the guy who asked if Tesla was bouncing. I just made $300 on a 990 put in 20 minutes. Is the 1 minute Oxy chart from open a bar that's now breaking to the downside? No, it was just an uptrend that broke to the downside. It'll probably stabilize through the mid-afternoon. Stop playing weeklies. They suck. I, I know what shit position you're holding on to when you're asking me questions like that. Thoughts on a lithium squeeze in the nearer future than uranium? More precisely, lit ETF. ETFs don't really squeeze, right? But lithium could run. It might not. We might. I mean, if we enter a recession right now with the supply chain issues where they are, we may see, a move back to simpler, simpler manufacturing processes for cars. There's also like new like nickel cadmium, like NiCad and like the nickel salt batteries that are on the horizon. So risky, risky bet. I think the nickel salt batteries have like they take longer to charge, but they have like far more energy storage potential. I know some. I haven't given up on the school of stock, but it's quite a task to put the videos together, and I lost like 3 of them, so it's taking a little while to get back into it and get those like ready to be put out again, so, especially after they were deleted the first time I made them. Is Docu 125C for June too far out of the money? Yes. I don't hate the time frame, but I think the call is too far out of the money. It's very risky. There's no homework. The market closes, that's it. It doesn't exist until the next morning. Or until I start watching futures in the middle of the night. True or false? You crush your computer with an elevator. False. It's more about the infrastructure to build those batteries. The machine that makes the machine is more important than the machine makes. I think the nickel salt batteries don't require a lot of restructuring for manufacturers. For like car battery manufacturers are very well positioned to take advantage of those. Should script the videos so you could redo them more easily. I mean, I did. I had like scripts and PowerPoints and everything, and it was all ready for filming, and then I lost it all. True or false? You put your computer in a dishwasher. True. I've done that. It's a good way to clean your computer. You have to rinse everything off with distilled water afterwards, but yeah, but the nickel shortage isn't nearly as extreme as the lithium shortage. The homework is convincing your wife you know what you're doing. But Trey Trades released the Trey Collins Options Masterclass yesterday. Oh, gross. That's the really old way to clean computers. Yep, it works. Touchscreen fridge worth it for energy efficiency and stock trading from the kitchen. Is Computershare handling the vote count? That's their job. There won't be a share recall, though. Not for the vote. What do you think of Albemarle ALB? Handles and produces 75% of the world's lithium. Been watching since September. What do you think? Cool. If they handle and produce 75% of the world's lithium and lithium goes up, their stock will probably go up. GME hired an LLC to do the vote count this year. They're using Computershare and Deloitte, or yeah, the same people they used last year. Yeah, they that's standard practice. There's nothing special about that. They did that last year also. Same company did it last year. Yeah, I know the share recall. Well, sometimes a share recall can occur due to a vote, but only if institutions want to vote against something, usually. Auditor is a new entity not listed last year. It's someone new. They're firing Deloitte? Oh, okay. Interesting. Who gives a shit? Let me ask you that. Who gives a flying fuck who's counting the vote? I don't. Why do you? It's gonna pass. Is this mover similar to cat? Interesting. I'll check it out later if you DM me about it, Kyle. I don't really want to look at everyone's fucking tickers today. Maro Sodali is our proxy solicitor. Oh, okay. Cool. I mean, Computershare is still counting it. Is share recall on GME necessary for MOASS? If there's any hope of one, yeah. I mean, a share recall is what would be expected during a squeeze as well. I have to stop the steal. Is BBY expected to moon on May 4th? I don't expect it to. It's getting shorted pretty hard. How do you tag someone on here? You just at and then their screen name? The at symbol. Will GB vote say like fake news for 2020 election? I don't know. Post split, our cycle is going to be the thing. We have no clue. You think it would be better to take the loss of May GME calls and reposition call for further out, or just buy shares to the split? Up to you. Why do you have a loss on May calls? You buy calls at the peak or something? I don't think anything's happening by May 20th. I mean, what's OPEX for May? The 18th? Maybe, but it'd be like, no, it's not. OPEX for May is later in the month, right? Yeah. So, I mean, May 20th calls don't cover OPEX expiration. Or like the GEX exposure from May OPEX. Consolidation looking tight on SST. Big rip incoming. JK LOL. It's fine. It's just bouncing on the same channel over and over. Yeah, GME back to 45. Some volume on that one too. Oh no, retail sold again. Probably. I wouldn't be surprised. Bunch of paper-handed bucks. What kind of keyboard do you have? I don't know. It's like a mechanical keyboard. Rock hat. Rock hat. It's like an older one though, before they got bought out, and they still made nice shit. Hmm. Market slip. Hmm. That's why. Next update, a power hour. It's a cutoff date for questions to be submitted. God, I don't want to listen to that. BBBY looking nice. Cheap. Should the VW tip before the rip thing? How long can BBY slip here? I mean, there's like a delta ramp or a gamma ramp down to like 16, but it probably won't slip that low. It could, it probably won't though. If it does, I'll buy more. Yeah, there's a downside gap. They crashing BBY before earnings? Earnings is tomorrow morning, so they could be trying, yeah. What's a good leap strike for BBBY? 20? Given that it's currently under 20? Is New York gonna have a grower license lottery? Because typically they're worth $1 million a piece, and here in Washington, after the lottery for growing license and store licenses, I don't know how New York's handling it actually. I read something not that long ago about it, but I can't remember if they decided on what process they were going to use or not. I hate candlestick patterns, but this is a morning star, which is generally bullish. Jimmy done till June? Could be. No, they'll never tell us anything. Stock will just run. Everything will be forgotten. Yeah, it's like two dojis with a hammer candle. It's considered like a bullish reversal. It's horseshit. Candlestick patterns are complete nonsense, like reading tea leaves. Didn't you get stopped out of SST? No? I also hate candlestick patterns, except when it's confirming my bias. Exactly. Hello, Zakir's wife. SST at 75% dark pool volume right now. GME at 52%. These dark pools are gonna dump. Ader borrow rate at 112%. Cool. It can squeeze to $5. How exciting. God, I hate that shit stock. Just short the top. Let other people pump it, and then just short it when it gets high. What time do DPs usually print again? Later afternoon. Sorry if you answered this before 100 times. When does dark pool volume hit the lit exchange for a particular stock? It depends on which dark pool they use. It varies. What indicators do you prefer? I see you using resistance and support with triangles. Where's there a triangle? I don't see any triangles. When are you planning on selling your SST calls when they're worth more money than I bought them for? It's a dark pool dump. It's the time when a dark pool prints to the lit exchange. Failure. Gross. Just carry these through tomorrow? I do. It stays over 25, right? Risky. Buy more tomorrow. Good morning, Shill. What's up, turd? How can you determine current dark pool percentages? You just check. They're not a secret. Is one trusted than the other? Vertex isn't trusted or liked because most of their information is publicly available. A. And they just bundle it up and charge for it. And B, their data aggregation is shit. So there's constantly errors with their data. Kill they massacred my BBBY. Grow up. You bought in at 16, Ryan Cohen. What are you worried about? You're still up. Yeah, Chart Exchange has dark pool. New York City shooter still at large? I don't know. Fidelity bar rate at 6.5. Drop down 0.25. What's up, Trina? What effect do you expect monthly OPEX this week to have on SST? I don't know if it'll have a lot. I guess it'll depend on if there's a lot of calls exercised or not. How do you balance risk reward with a covered call strategy, different strikes and expiry dates, or regular weeklies at a comfortably high strike? Different strikes and different expiry dates, but generally most of my covered call position is weeklies at a like high enough strike that I'm not really afraid of getting called away. I mean, if you do, the worst thing that happens is you lose your long-term capital gains. But I don't have long-term capital gains on most of my position because a lot of it was accrued through exercising options that I bought last Feb. So I still got some time before those hit. Because I was exercising options on GameStop all the way out into like late August. Check out 9. Interesting. They work in like the nuclear industry. They create concrete slurry for. Curious. I have to look into them more, but the technicals look good. What's the effect of SST on reg show? Should it rip? Not necessarily. It's been on reg show for a while. Don't like this dip. Say a louder for Doom Douche in the back. You exercised options on GME. What? Who? Who the fuck is Doom Douche? SST still has a chance to rip later based on dark pools. I mean, yeah, they're slamming the price down pretty hard right now. I'm not a huge fan of this. Coming up right on the long-term resistance there. I don't know how much is this them taking advantage of the dip in the market versus just shorting, trying to short the shit out of it. Past my risk though, which I don't like. No, being on reg share doesn't restrict share creation. CC premiums are paid up front. Think GME can run on BBY earnings tomorrow if they make BBY rip? Maybe a little bit. BBY is down about 5% today. If you sell a CC on Monday for a weekly and needed to buy it back later in the week, you still profit because theta is out of your hands? Yeah. Provided, the price of the underlying doesn't go up. What's the most bullish and bearish thing they can say about BBY during earnings tomorrow? I have no idea what they're going to say tomorrow. It's fucking earnings. Wait till you hear it. I think they actually are projecting like a positive EPS. Why do people buy puts? If there's no possibility for infinite gains, count me out. I want to take profits, but I am greedy. What do? Take enough profits to cover your cost basis? Then let the rest ride? I mean, eventually the price of like potash will reach a point where people are unwilling to purchase it, right? Yeah, we looked at EVTL earlier. I thought it looks like shit. Look. Tell her where the fuck do you guys get these shit penny stock plays? Twitter? Tell her 510 bear to hush. We're still rocketing. How do I unplug data? I don't know. Chance to buy more cheap SST calls? They're pretty cheap right now. When SST a milli a share? Ever. And the market sure is looking strong today. I mean, it was doing alright for a minute. Not so great anymore. Thanks for stressing me out even on weekends. No problem. You had a box on the screen with some GME news highlights for the day so you can get caught up without bugging you. There are no GME news highlights for the day. That's what I write the daily DVD for. Is this SST ripping? No? As much as you hate it, Ader doing ups, I don't give a shit. What's it up to, like $4.40? Big fucking deal. With SST, do they still have tomorrow to cover? Yeah. Uh, yeah, Wednesday morning. Market open. I thought they banned you from Reddit. No, they banned me from fucking Superstock. You nailed it at 440 gas. Woo. SST's so weird. I expected big ups or big downs, not sideways chop. I mean, they're just trying to maintain the position right now. Let's see how long they can do it for. I don't think they moved the stock up enough to get any significant, like, calls sold. So, unless they run it a little bit, they're still going to be working against that positive delta hedge. Yeah, I've played Soul Calibur. I don't like 3D fighters very much. SST calls for next week. Decent entry. Pretty good, yeah. 23 would be better, but I don't know if we'll get that low. SST looking positive for next week as well, or is just super short term play? It's gonna keep going like this until the float's diluted, probably, or the shorts cover. One of the two. So it'll either squeeze or it'll make it through to dilution. I'm trying to hold powder for lower GME entries, but panic buying is a thing. Why are people panicking? There's nothing happening. GameStop is just drifting down slowly. How long would a squeeze or dilution take on SST? I think until June. Colts don't like parodies. That being said, praise Lady VWAP, blessed be. Well, shorts will only cover a forced, yeah. You get tired of covering GME? I mean, when nothing's happening, it's a bit annoying. I mean, I'm like actively selling covered calls on GME, and people are like, am I gonna be able to get into calls? It's like, dude, fucking relax. Could this be considered a double bottom? Sure. What's up, Huge Steve? Are you gonna roll SST? I might. Not today, but maybe tomorrow. I think there'll be a lower entry. Strikes for CCs? The ones I have sold right now are 170, 180, 185, and 187. But I sold those all last week. Go look it up, Victor. GME TD count. TD. Do bottomless shorts typically cover their front side? I haven't monitored GME since last Thursday, and I'm feeling great. I just don't understand why everyone thinks it's gonna like rip out of the blue. There's nothing going on. There's no obligations to clear right now. Nothing. It's just fucking floating, and they're not shorting it a lot. They're shorting it a little, but not a lot. They aren't even building up obligations yet. There's just nothing interesting going on with the stock whatsoever. There's some FTDs and not even significant ones. Not for like another week or two. It's gonna rip because MOASS is tomorrow. I'm gonna tell you a secret right now, Mod Manon. It's not. MOASS is not tomorrow. Are you selling CCs today? No, I haven't sold any today. What the fuck if TRS is going on? They're about to massively dilute the float. Can you explain what a stop limit is and how to set it? It's a triggered limit order. So your stop, which is your trigger, your limit, which is your sell price. So when the price of the underlying drops and triggers the stop, then a limit order is placed at market for whatever you set it for. I'm super stoked on GME that we're not falling back to 100. Me too. It's fucking awesome. Telling me SS is lying? You're gonna be so embarrassed when MOASS tomorrow. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't care at all. If I was 100% wrong and we MOASS tomorrow, I'll still make a shitload of money off of it. Even with no share recall, GME can still see some crazy price action pre-split. Yeah, it can. It's not going to see it right now because there is no split yet, Noah. Pulte's buy-in. Jesus Christ. Not falling back to 100 yet. I mean, I fucking hope. I don't think they'll make that mistake twice. It's harder for people to buy at this price. Isn't daily short volume still around 40-50%? I know it's the usual for GME, but it's a regular elsewhere, isn't it? Is it? Daily short volume isn't indicative of anything. No, if your limit will fill at any price higher than your limit. So if your stop is triggered, you'll sell immediately. As long as the price is still above your limit. So like if on one tick your stop gets triggered and the next tick the stock gaps up $5, you'll sell here. I choose stop limit. I can only enter one price. Stop limit price. I thought if it hit your stop number, then you activate the limit. Two different numbers. No, it should be two different numbers. I don't know why Fidelity has it set as one. I don't trade options in Fidelity though, because it sucks. Do you have a price target for SST? Not really. But Pulte put less than 0.1% of his net worth into GME. It has to run now. We should be making playing cards for billionaires so we can collect our favorites. They're so cool. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Somebody last night on Reddit was like, is the reason for this price action because of Pulte's buy-in? And it's like his fucking buy-in, even if he bought $999,000, right? Which I doubt, but even if he did, it would still only have accounted for 0.28% of our volume yesterday. No, I'm not married. I was under the impression that daily short volume is indicative of shorts not reducing the size of their position. No, has nothing to do with that. Dude, I love for us to drop below 100. The stack of 100C I bought when we were at 77 printed so fucking hard. Let's go. That's because Fidelity won't let you use stop limits on GME options. Oh, there you go. I just don't like their system. I think it's not conducive to options trading, where speed of execution is important. You're married to the game. Nice. Am I over 30? Yeah. Do you want to be married? Fuck no. After MOASS, you'll be my favorite billionaire. Thanks. No, no signatures. You make more money from trading or from your BlackRock salary? Same thing. The best time to buy calls would be before the announcement or the actual split date. Yeah. As treasuries change in price, hedge fund swaps that provide them leverage would change and could force them to cover. Good. Citadel's massively short treasuries too. Afton's a big shell. What do you think if a small hedge fund sees GME stagnant, they cover and then price will do something? Do you think if a small hedge fund sees GME stagnant, they cover and then the price will do something? No. Trade a lot of options on Fidelity. I find that it's not so much their system that causes me issues as it is my terrible decision making. Everyone could be different. Yeah, fair enough. How do you even sit with that fat dump truck of an ass? Okay, Carl, fucking calm down, man. This is business. This is business hours. I'll report you to HR. Will SS like you after you become? I don't give a fuck if SS likes me. Did you buy that chair because of DF? No? Did DFE have this chair? I don't think he did. I never paid attention to his chair. You're not Keith Gill, Win-Win. I'll show everyone your photo. Philanthropy or yacht? Yacht. After it gets seized by the government and then sold off, the money can go to the people. Isn't Ivy on GME under average now? Yeah, a little bit. Can it go lower? Also, yes. You don't think there's any value in it, or that it's meaningless? It's meaningless in the way that you're applying it, Fronium. It's the aggregate number of short sales, but you don't get data when you're looking at daily short volume. You're not getting data on market maker shorts or ETF shorts because they just count as like ETF creation and sales just count as sales. They don't count as aggregate short sales. So it's incomplete data and thus meaningless. You can't draw any conclusions from it because it's incomplete. I didn't know he did. Is there a clip or DD? There's a clip. Try again tomorrow. Tomorrow and Thursday have bank earnings. Any thoughts on these? They'll be interesting for the progression of the market moving forward. They'll probably be good. Rates are up, right? Is SST squeezing in reverse? I don't know. I just bailed on my calls though. I'm not going to carry them any longer. Too much volume on this one. It's going to dip at least sub 25. Like hard sub 25. Back under 24 maybe. They're not covering shit today. Not well, not that they're not covering anything today, but they're not covering a lot today. So maybe tomorrow morning. I'll buy some before close. Not waiting for dark pool volume? No. If dark pool volume starts to play out, The fuck? Okay, hey, it's working. Look at that. I don't know what the hell happened. The stream just like cut out. It was weird. Like both of my monitors went out and then the internet was out. So I went and reset my modem, which I think worked. Should it all EMP? BBBY gonna crash on earnings? I hope so. I buy more. I restarted Discord. Is the trend line you have on SST from the hourly? Yes. Oh. Nope, Discord's not working. What the fuck? There it goes. Now it's working. Now Discord's working too. Thoughts on Neo? Neo? Jesus. What did they do? I wonder why they're underperforming the rest of the sector. Hmm. Wait, did my fucking line just move? It did, right? That was weird. Why did my line move? We're going to re-enter SST. What are your thoughts on SST retouching the EMA 180 on the 15-minute? Would be a good entry. On the 15? It's already... It's below the 180 on the 15. Or maybe you were asking this a while ago. Am I not caught up? It's weird, like, if they have business and contracts, you'd think they'd be doing better, turd. You think it's short interest accrual? Sorry to drag on DSV. No, you're not. I'm still bullish as a baseline of short positions, not reducing if the actual SV is at or above what's reported. But it's not always above 50%. It is most days. Is SST being rug pulled? Oh, it's going down. It's likely that whatever they had to cover for today that they didn't cover yesterday, they are done with covering. So we'll see some selling off until long positions rebuild. Or they're out. I don't know if I want to stream BBBY's earnings. It's kind of early. Sold 10, 16 strike CSP for BBBY for 414. 500 premium and no problem buying in at that strike. Nice. Did you get out of your position a while ago? You think you're gonna get a different answer when you ask it again, Stefan? You've asked me that question like 40 fucking times. Seems like their SO and float are too big, like 100 million. Think they're gonna do a buyback? I mean, it doesn't look like they're doing better, right? Stefan, same like Moonwind annoyance levels. Close. Why did I buy the DD call? I'm still not sure. Any chance SST can make a little run today? It's not looking good for today. Maybe tomorrow.
I think they're done covering for today. Kind of the same deal with GameStop. Also, the market's not doing very well. Which means if all we're seeing today is covering from CNS and there's no external pressure, most stocks are going to react pretty negatively to it. Or at least mostly flat. Right? GameStop down 1%. Since you shilled for those cheddar rockets from Trader Joe's, I went ahead and bought a box. They're not half bad. Why aren't they sponsoring you? I don't know if they sponsor streams. $14 for a market cap of 1.6 billion. The lab isn't going anywhere. Interesting. Might be like a good buy and hold. What about debt? What price for SST would make you re-enter? I think we can go a little lower. We'll see. I'm not really interested in its price action for the rest of today, to be honest. Apparently Trader Joe's is more about Instagram. Then why do they keep making all the pickle products? They're missing out, like, What do you think about wheat October in the money calls? How far in the money? You're talking like $10? I have those. That's a nice bounce. They'll probably announce it after the shareholders meeting. They could do it at the shareholders meeting, though. Burry back at it again, shorting the housing market. I don't think he's wrong. BJ, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate it, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin to go back.
I'm well aware of the borrow rate on SST, Dr. Dan. And yes, Jesus Christ. I think that's the real money, is you just buy SST and loan it.
Trade trees, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
I'm gonna do that. 700%. Let's go. If I bought puts, so they'd be red like calls. We're not really going down fast. So puts are kind of shitty. Yeah, you can do both, Mikas. How long do you expect us to be at low volume for? Well, until they short it where we go up. Cheddar Rockets seem like Cheez-Its, way better. Not nearly as oily. How does one loan shares, or do I have to not be poor to do that? You would have to buy shares and probably call your brokerage and loan them, but you'd have to turn share lending on. So I wouldn't do it in an account you have GME in. If this starts to test 24.69, I'll probably buy more. Can I loan out my BBBY 80 leaps? No. I don't think you're shadow banned, Whiskey Dave. I saw the thing you said about your 55Cs staying at 5 cents. Well, what you do is you would buy puts, loan out all your shares, right? Wait for the price to drop, sell your puts, then sell all your shares, or buy calls, and then sell all your shares to recall them. But no, it's not possible to orchestrate something like that. Interesting. That's for CSP between GME, BBY, SST. I'm not sure what SST CSPs are worth. Not terrible, actually. GMEs are probably more. Yeah, GME is the most of those three. They're both GME. I was gonna say, that's fucking weird. When you first got into this play, did you ever think that you would become a great professor? I'm not. And on top of that, make a ton of money to make your parents proud and go big in life. I hadn't considered that, Heath Dill. Look at all you people thinking that your shares aren't already being lent without them paying you anything at all. Cute. Well, nobody has shares in SST Gaff. Stock went down because of short-term CEO securities fraud case. He then stepped down and 1 quarter earnings miss. Interesting. I mean, the price is good, right? I don't know if I'd be bullish on it long term, but isn't B of A prime lender backer of Citadel? I mean, they're the prime lender for many hedge funds. Would you consider doing a TED Talk? Sure. Is 150 safe? Moon, I already gave you as much information on covered calls as I'm going to give you. Thanks, Mel Retsoff. I appreciate that. I just hydrated, Grizzled. What the fuck, man? This TEDx has been a year-long adventure. Yeah. I missed the spike in the AM because you were sounding all bullish. What if I told you about investing on someone on YouTube's sentiment? You could have sold them in the money. You fucked up. Thanks, Astro Turtle. Your sentiment is all I have. Well, why don't you learn something about the markets? Comment on XRT's SI. XRT's SI isn't really a good metric for measuring short interest. It's based off of the amount of shares available in the ETF at any given time. And so if the number of shares reduces, the amount of SI increases. That's why you see SI at like 1,000% on XRT or 700% or 600%. because the size of the float is variable. It's not like an equity where the size of the float is fixed. I learned that when I sell a CC, the price rockets to my strike. They're trying to get your shares, man. If the number goes up as the SI goes up, though, well, the number can go up if the number of shares available in the ETF drops without SI increasing at all. Did you paper hand SST? You fucking know it. I'll buy in later today. Or I'll miss it. Oh no. What's going on Ader? Doubled? It doubled. Ader's trading at $8. Bullshit. I'm not even gonna look at it. I'm just gonna call bullshit. For Friday or for Thursday, Howling Puppy? Are you talking about on SST? Provided they don't just sell them Friday. When you got into this play, did you ever think that on top of being day trader #1, that you would also give reviews on Trader Joe's food, gaming chairs, and choke on croissants on live TV? No, I can't say that I did. These were not plans of mine initially. Doubled is up 11%. I see. UBTL, dead cat bounce following Wall Street bets pump and dump. Maybe. So short the peak. I did buy a new chair. It just sucks. Sorry, doubled in 10 days. Cool. But that's not a lot, right? Like, 8 or doubling isn't a big deal. I'd rather chase Apple going up $4 than Ader going up 2. One move is bigger. And more reliable. Does anything change the bull thesis for GME? Can't tell if I'm smooth, zen, or both. But it feels like nothing has really changed for me. I mean, they're not shorting as hard as they normally do. Which currently means less exposure during next OPEX. But we'll see how that plays out over the rest of the quarter. How would you balance GME buy-in with CSPs versus limited buy? And with CSPs versus limited buy, 500 share purchase. I would sell CSPs at prices that I'd be willing to be assigned at. And then if enough time had passed and I hadn't been assigned, I would just add that to my buy-in. Or subtract it from the amount of capital I was going to spend on the buy-in. Unless you need to own GameStop today for some reason. What price would you consider re-entering SST for today? At close? People come here because they trust your market knowledge and everything you say about GME is gospel. Yet when you tell them Ader is trash, they persist. It's because it's getting hyped up on Twitter, and most of the people going on about Ader aren't like people that are usually in here. There's very few like regulars that are talking about Ader. Like you've got Netflix trading $50 below its most recent test of 400, and you want me to buy into Ader for a fucking squeeze to $10 with a massive rug pull on the horizon and absolute control by MMs? Fuck no. So it's gonna go up 200%. Who gives a shit? It'll still be worth $8. I didn't see Lauer's tweet. That's all it is. People chasing cheap shit that's pumping. I've spoken. Now we can get back to talking about me making money on SPX puts today. Congratulations, Willie. You know that 200% of 1,000 invested in Ader is more than 30% of 1,000 invested in GME. Yeah, I know how money works, Bo Bandy. I also know that I'm not going to buy their shit stock, so I care about notional gains because I would play options, right? And if Ader goes up 20% today, it's still worth less than $5 fucking dollars, where the next strike is. I'm not gonna get stuck bag holding fucking Ader like everyone who bought it in the last time it pumped. It's not even pumping to an impressive degree. You know, it hit $40 before, right? Like it hasn't even pumped to the level that it dropped from back in fucking August. The bag holders were real happy about this flash crash. This looks like a great fucking stock, doesn't it? How's this? If it hits $8 or $16, we'll talk about it. 8. Just 8. And I'll look at it more closely. But right now, it looks like shit. I've had this same conversation with people over DWAC, MULN, Ader, MMAT. I can't even count the number of shit stocks people have brought up, and I'm like, that's a big pile of shit. And then 6 months later, they're still bag holding it, asking when a good exit is. Nanny Seka, Nanny X, Nanex, Nanny. So, thank you for becoming a Long Johnson. Ader pumpers are funny as fuck. Annoying noise. Hate them. I don't hate them. It's just not a good stock. Please name the next stream Ader. I don't even know her. You're right. They didn't short it this hard till yet. Wait 4 to 5 weeks and we'll talk again. Okay. If it starts to look good, I can chase it. It just doesn't right now. I don't care how hard they shorted it. It doesn't mean they have to cover. They got out of... Don't forget that these people got out of what happened to GameStop in January. If you think they have a problem getting out of a $5 stock that's squeezing a little, they fucking don't. I'll buy more Theta as of tomorrow. I'm not gonna buy weeklies. Wait, this is... I don't want to look at this crap. I bought the books. I'm ready to learn with y'all. Awesome, dude. Additional shares were unlocked for Ader because it's a SPAC. Effect was on 4.8. Hopefully we don't have to talk about it again. I hope so. Do you think we'll be living with the high single-digit inflation for the next decade? What do you look to for an inflation hedge? I mean, you can invest in commodities. Retail, grocery, like food sales, food and drug, like CVS, Kroger, shit like that, will usually outperform during periods of high inflation because people still have to buy food and they pass off the cost of inflation onto their customers. GameStop should do well during periods of high inflation as a retailer. Crypto, sure, as soon as I can buy shit with it. ETL. SST dead? No, just not a very interesting day. What do you want me to look at on AMD? Is it still under $100? Then it's a good deal. Can it go to 86? Yeah. Give yourself a lot of time. Don't buy weeklies. Ooh. How much percent of GME do you have in your portfolio, if you don't mind asking? It's like 60 some odd percent. Costco could be a good inflation hedge. I mean, it's already so, like, it's so elevated right now. Sure, it could be. I mean, it could keep going up, I suppose. But I would expect growth to stagnate there a little bit. Although I would have told you that at $500. The difference in price. AMD around $20 on TSX? I have no idea. How many shares of what? GameStop? Enough. Do you hate Palantir? Yeah, but I own a bunch of it. Why do I have GME up on both of these? There was no cheeky wink. The market is choppy. Weeklies are bad. The stream is a mess today. It's like a whole new group of people have become disillusioned with super stock and they've decided to come here. Which is fine, but they can be annoying in the beginning. The market hasn't hurt them the same way it's hurt the rest of us. If I were to roll my 2x30 SST weeklies, would it save more money on Theta if I did it tonight as opposed to tomorrow? Yeah. Well, that's because half the people, JC, just watch the stream to watch me get annoyed at other people. The other half of the people are the ones doing the annoying, and that mixes up pretty much all day. The two groups are constantly flowing in and out of each other. Don't forget that Freg's return gave us our most recent run. Freg giveth and Freg taketh away. I've decided to become re-illusioned with Superstock. They tell me DRS is the way. Why you shill so much? Also, all hell on a bit. Oh, Gaff, you don't mean any of those things. I'm here to copy trades. What are you talking about? Don't do that. That's not a great idea. You can't even see most of my trades. I'm here to touch my CNS. Good, Bradistog. Ex-OPEC should be 20th of May. Yeah. Or they kick it again, and it's quad witching. T+2. How do you see the next few weeks playing out for GME? Is it likely this trend will continue? Let's see. I just... This is what I think GameStop's going to do for the next few weeks. In green. Constantly lower. There'll be some runs, but overall, we're going down. Maybe 117, maybe lower. It's been pretty spot on so far. Wait for the sale. When it's too cheap to believe, that's probably the best time to buy. Why is that? There's no reason for it to go up. It's related to the split, yeah. Also, the corporate charter has kind of a low cap on the number of shares that they have access to. Seems like another newbie day. A little bit of both. We've had some good questions today. You're just saying this because you want us all to make money. No. The problem is, I would say buy puts, but we're not going down very fast, right? It's not like November where we're getting like dropped like a rock, right? It's just we're just slow chopping down as they grind IV as low as they can get it, probably so they can re-enter another fucking entropy swap before the split and hedge their own covering. What would you do, right? Say you're short GameStop and you know a split's coming up and you're short volatility. Think about it. You ever realize they say groceries, groceries? Sometimes I do. I say it both ways. I don't know why. Because nobody in my family pronounces it either way, which is weird. I also say advertisement, which I don't hear anybody else say. Maybe it's from when I lived in England. I don't know. Awesome, Top Loaf. That's great, man. I just want to be here when you finally admit that my original uncoiling spring DD is what we've been seeing for 12 months, and there's no actual fuel in the tank. Well, there's fuel in the tank if they put fuel in the tank, Gaff. I don't care about anything else. I only care about them packing ETFs full of gas for the next run. You say advertisement like a posh Brit. Rude. Tomato? I don't say tomato. If they're going to hedge their own covering, how do we MOASS? I don't know. You say garage or garages? Garage? It's a garage. Garage? Would you say garages? Like carriage, but with a G? SST still alive? It's not dead yet. Last time I checked, they're not creating any more shares till June. Alton Brown, then Bourdain. Sure, it's a money play for you. I don't think the same can be said for the majority of apes sitting on overextended positions and dreaming of a MOASS. Yeah, but they banned me, so. I say either and neither. I don't say either or neither. I don't say aluminium. I love it when Gaff comes in here and then everyone else gets super bullish on MOASS. Did they cover already? Yeah, whatever FTDs they had today looks like they're done with. Placer? Slow day today. It's not particularly busy. I made some money on Tesla and then I lost the money on SST. And then that's pretty much been it. I made a little money off Apple calls. Yeah. Pretty boring. We need more pulties. Fucking dude bought less than most retail people have. There's like 50 people in the Discord who have more than 100 grand in GameStop. So if we sell GME now, we can buy back at 117. I mean, if you sell it now, you can buy back at 117 a lot faster. AMD, and you gonna short the stock for them too while you're at it. AMD at 97 is too good to pass up. Just load it up on AMD 105s for 513. Did I give myself enough time in your opinion? You picked a weird date, but probably. If I want to short the housing market, where should I look first in your opinion? It's probably like housing ETFs. You could go with big banks. Usually don't do well when the housing market crashes, given that's a big chunk of their assets. What's so hard to understand about all this? GME can squeeze, but it's not a foregone conclusion. People don't like to hear that. You just gave me your cost basis gaff. I grabbed an AMD 100C for July. Was that too conservative? No, it's a good call. There's no such thing as being too risk averse. You might not make as much profits as somebody who grabs something sooner and has more leverage, but who gives a shit? Compounding gains, that's all that matters. You're still buying shares or just options? I picked up some shares on exercise like a few weeks ago. So a little bit, not nearly as much. I don't have a super big interest in acquiring more shares at this point. This looks like a good time to buy shares of AMD. It doesn't seem like a bad one. Can you summarize Gaff's bear take? There is no MOASS. Everything will be settled. This is a big waste of time. Unless you're playing options, which he seems to agree with, I think. But he could sum it up better himself. I added AMD 520 100C, and I'm about to add more. Nice. You called 513 weird, and now I'm self-conscious. I mean, you bought weekly calls, like a month out. Usually there's not a lot of liquidity in weeklies. So different expirations have different levels of liquidity. Usually weekly, monthlies and quarterly options will have the most liquidity. So you have the least amount of slippage in the bid ask. What about compounding losses? That's a thing too. I'm making a lot of money on this waste of time. He's not against the idea of making money. He's just against the idea of a MOASS. Which is why he was labeled a shill and cast out. He feels comfortable in here now because I'm in the same basket of verified shills. Although the shill sniffing dog came in here and he said I wasn't a shill, so what now? Leap puts on Burke going back to 420. I mean, if Buffett dies. Yeah, absolutely, Pretzel. That seems like a good strike. Is Gaff's thesis compelling? I mean, if you like my theses, I use his to, you know, fact check them. So, yeah. He's always had the best bear case for GameStop. And it's accurate. At least the last version I read. I mean, we understand more now than I think his last update to it. Are you gonna update the DD Gaff? Version 47? It's not thesi, it's theses. I believe the shill sniffing dog said you were a good boy. Yeah. All hail the judgment of the shill sniffing dog. Thanks to what I've learned from you, I've been pulling 10 to 15% out of a bunch of bag holder Reddit plays. Thanks for all the knowledge. I don't know. Is it still available on Reddit? Why does a split force the recall of shares and forces short hedge funds to cover all of their open shorts? Don't they lend like 300,000 shares a day and get them back a day later? That's because they don't hold them overnight. They don't have to recall. They could, though. Are you and the quants looking forward to the DTCC swap info coming out on Thursday? Yeah, it'll be cool. No, I've considered, since there's definitely clarifications around CNS and Reg Show that we now know more, but not conceive there is an audience. People don't want to hear it. Also, lazy. It's fair. Curious, as I wasn't there, what was the highest price for a call option did you receive back in January during the sneeze? Oh, Jesus. Let's see. Let's hit. Like 75, 80,000. There were some weird IV spikes. How do you set up trailing stops for illiquid stocks like GME? Trailing stop limit? Yeah. You base it off the mark of the bid. Thanks for the help. I don't usually base it off. Well, I don't base it off the mid. I'll set my stop based on the charts and like the initial volatility of a consolidation period. And then I'll set my limit wide enough, like usually 5%, if there's a lot of volatility, because I don't want it to gap over to the downside. XRT back above 1,000% short interest? I don't know, is it? I don't have that brokerage open right now. You're asking the highest number I sold one for, or the highest number I saw one hit? BBY going to the 16s? It could. I don't think it will today. But it could. According to SS, it is. I mean, it probably is. It fluctuates throughout the day. Why is WeBull showing 102% institutional ownership of SST and yet no? Just because something is over 100% owned doesn't mean it's going to go to the moon. I just sold my first CSP against BBY expiring tomorrow. Thanks again. No problem, man. Maria Von Trapp of the Trapp family singers. Am I generally bullish on GME as a company? Though I'd love some actual investor guidance from RC, but definitely a bear on MOASS and really any squeeze scene. CNS pull us back up today to like 146 again. We might see a little bit of upside. Maybe like 143, 43, around there. I wouldn't expect us to go all the way back up to 46. That seems like a stretch. What would it mean if we don't see the normal building of obligations into ETFs this quarter? Does that mean they would be saving ammo to manage positions against a potential recall? Sure. It could all just mean they're out, right? They were just manipulating people's buy and hold of the stock to profit off volatility. Now it's become too risky. And there's a flip side to that that's not as bullish. Did you sign that petition from Lauer's Urban Finance thing? No. You think I'm just running around looking for petitions to sign, or I give a flying fuck? If you sell a CC soon after you can buy it back for a 50% profit, do you close it and sell it on the next peak, or just let it ride? I mean, you could let it ride until you think there's going to be a next peak, then close it, and then sell a new one on the next peak. No reason to ever buy them back unless they're going in the money, unless you have an opportunity to sell them higher. Is it still viable for a run? It should be, but I think the time frame is further out. At least based on the data I've seen, it looks like the time frame's a little further out, like 44 days or so. So I'm just waiting to re-enter. On MOASS. GME might just be. I don't believe you. Hacked. Good to know. Coronal mass ejections? Are we having weird solar activity right now? Docu getting shredded. Should have sold this morning at 104. Stop limits, people. Stop limits, stop losses. It keeps you from losing money when you've made money. Once you start making money on a position, they should already be set up. You can leave a wide breadth, you know, within your risk tolerance, but they should still be there. I only trade based on fear. I don't think best practices would be defined as financial advice. Gaff. It's only financial advice if it's directly with one person and I'm managing their money. Don't act like you haven't taken the Series 7. As an unlicensed financial YouTube shill, I can say anything I want. No, I'm not managing your money. Mars time is super accurate right now. SST will cycle again and again. This is a great entry. I don't like that it fell below the trend, but yeah, it's cheap. They have a little extra shorting power today. Maybe more people got out yesterday than we think. Could take a little while for the longs to build up pressure again. Says the guy who's walking around telling people to buy low and sell high. Listen, stop fucking dropping spoilers for my book, Gaff, all right? I don't even have to deal with the publisher yet. What goes down must go up, right? Sure. Is diamond having weeklies until worthless considered a risk tolerance? Yeah, I mean, it means you're willing to risk the premium. What's the number one item on your bucket list that you haven't done yet? I've done it all. Make $1 billion? I'm working on it. How big of a donation for you to take off SST? What? I'm not done with SST. Was it fading the peak or faking the peak? Tesla have a chance to retest 1K this week? Yeah. As long as it recovers a bit today, it should be possible. Yep, those are both GameStop. Dropping in to give the stream a leg. Too busy to watch all my stocks go down. No worries. See you later. Thanks, Axe Capital. I appreciate it, man. How much money did Motley Fool pay you to help them exit their SST position off of Dan money? The Dans will bail you out. I mean, they charge for the service, but they're pretty indiscriminate. How do I learn to follow my trade and not chicken out? Close my 440 straddle on the SPY for minor profit this morning after the peak. If you opened a straddle last night on the SPY, you should have sold at the peak and then held the puts till the bottom because they would have already been worthless at the top. Then you could have sold the puts at a profit too. Don't overhold. Don't get greedy. I mean, it's the biggest mistake new traders make is they hold on for too long in hopes of higher numbers. Not that it can't happen, but you know, you need to learn to follow a trend and set stop losses and back out of a position equitably. Still expecting more ups for SST tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see what pre-market action looks like. I'm gonna probably buy some calls at close today, but a little further dated. It looks like the pressure's a little less, so we'll need to see it build back up again. Stop seeking my approval, Stefan. Just make yourself proud. One of these days I'll start trading with reasonable risk tolerances, but today is not that day. Straddle instructions. Sell the green one. LRC under 90 cents. Same like AMD under 100. No, LRC under like 30 cents is same like AMD under 100. If every lender were to recall their shares, would it be a big amount of shares, or is it something like 10 million? It'd be at least 10 million. More like 15-ish, I think, but if you overhold a CSP, does it make sense to get assigned rather than buy it back for a loss? I mean, do you want the shares? Has the price of the underlying dropped more than the premium you collected? When you first got into this play, did you ever think that you would be giving skincare advice with those beautiful Burt Reynolds eyebrows while escaping the toxins of black mold? Oh, Heath Dill. Are we having our post MOASS ayahuasca ceremony? I won't be. You can go throw up in the jungle while tripping out if you want to. Yeah, you can always roll them too. Yeah, I want the shares so I can write CCs. Writing CCs is generally something you do when you get stuck with shares. Not like when you're wheeling, being assigned is undesirable. I'm aware of rounded bottom breakouts. Stefan. Good entry for cat or too close to resistance. What's it trading at right now? Decent entry. I really don't think this is going to drop very hard. It seems to be very well supported in this price range right now. A good entry would be 214, but I don't think you're going to see that. The SLD moving the schedule. 1 second. FINRA established new supplemental liquidity schedule. Notice 2131. Regulatory notice 21-31. If you're looking to play the OPEX cycle with some options, would you want an expiry to be the same week of OPEX or the following week? I don't want the options to be like a month after. You were spiky top breakdowns. Yes. I don't have any calls on GameStop right now. Except sold ones. Making my way downtown. Nice. Nice turd. I mean, if you want more, then average down. If you don't, then don't. Did you ever move into a BTU position? I did. It was a good call. For educational purposes, how would you go about entering BBBI right now? Say I want at least 100 shares. Would you just outright buy it? Yeah, probably. These prices are very cheap. I like them. The risk is you sell a CSP and you don't get assigned, right? Unless you sell it in the money, that could maybe be cheaper than buying the shares outright. Hold on, let me look. If you were to sell like a $19 CSP, so that would give you a cost basis of $17. Yeah, 19s aren't bad. So slightly cheaper than at the market price, but not much. It's just like you save $1. I don't think 18s. Well, 1850s save you $1.74. That might be a little bit better, even. You could sell like a 19 for A. You get 16.75 a share if you hit the mid. What's your conservative BBBY 2020 end of year price target before hearing results of tomorrow's meeting? $35 to $40 with some volatility mixed in. How can I tell what? Does stock dividend make a difference for potential of MOASS? Doesn't it force shorts to cover? I think the question is are there shorts that need to cover? I mean, yes, but how much? It'll sure as hell tell us how over short the stock is. If the stock's 1,000% short and they issue a share dividend, then we're going to the moon. If it's not, then we probably won't. But I suspect if the stock was 1,000% short, we'd already be seeing a move to get out of those positions. How can you tell that selling a $19 CSP would get me BBBY at $17? The premium on the $19 CSP is like 205. Market price is 18, right? But you'd be buying at 19 minus the premium. So you'd be buying at 16.95. After you subtract your premium. Arbitrage. Just popping in to see if you still have plenty of diapers and the whiny babies in here. Let me know. Actually, JFresh, if you're going to Costco, anyway, can you pick me up some of those like almond milk ice cream bars? Those things are delicious. Course don't know math. I don't think all signs point to no MOASS. I think we'll see significant price improvement. You do realize if the stock splits like 10 to 1 and then moves up to $100, everyone's gonna make a lot of fucking money, right? So if I sell a $19 CSP with $1,900 in my account, I get a $205 premium from the put. Yeah. And then if you get assigned on that, you collect, you buy 100 shares. 100 shares are put onto you at $19 a share, which means that you've paid $1,795 or $1,695 for 100 shares. Which brokers provide trailing stops for options? Apparently, Fidelity doesn't provide them for GameStop. IBKR for trailing stops. I think TDA has them also. You can actually, on IBKR, you can get automated stops, which are conditional, and those are even better. But you have to set them up. It's a bitch. RC can't use options to get more shares. I've told you guys this a bunch. RC cannot use options on GameStop. They have a no hedging clause. Most companies do. There's a no hedging clause. They can't use derivatives to hedge their position. So no options, no share borrowing, no short sales. Or we can just stagnate and be stuck sub $20 a share like AMC. Yeah, but everyone can sell covered calls, right? If you've got 10 shares, you can at least generate income from your investment. Fidelity does have them, but they're dollar, not percent. Okay. I mean, that doesn't matter. I don't think Fidelity allows you to use them on GameStop, though. Probably because they've been fucked repeatedly because the stock is so volatile. If we're looking at GME today, am I correct to see a clean downtrend leading around 140.50 end of day? I thought GME was bouncing a little bit. I mean, there's a downtrend here, but it could break to the upside. Do you think they'd push Mayopex into June? I mean, we know that they can. How soon can GME announce the split after the AGM? Next day. Would it be better for a single mega run or two separate runs? Depends on if you have options or not. If you have shares, one mega run. If you have options and shares, then, you know, two runs is better than one, right? RC is secretly telling people that options are bad. He bought fucking options on BBBY. What? Are you serious? Are people that fucking stupid? Jesus Christ. When did they specify the split? Is it 3-1 or 10-1? They didn't specify. Splitting 10-1 and going to 100 isn't MOASS though. I mean, it's 10 times our current trading price. The upteenth time, can you explain the options process of the split? Buy at the dip. How far out? Far enough. Split multiplies the contract share count. It depends on the type. If it's a dividend split, then yes. Exercise sell after potential recovery. Yeah, pretty simple. I mean, you'd want contracts pretty far out. Fortunately, the comment section was less idiotic, but yeah. So sell a 205C to open is selling a CSP, right? Wait, a 205? What? I thought you were talking about BBY. Why are you selling a 205? Sell to open a put is a CSP, yes. SST still on the menu for tomorrow? It still looks good, yeah. If I'm going to buy some at the end of the day, but I'm going to give myself some theta on them. I'm probably going to pick up Mays at 25 if I can, if they're still out of the money. Is it possible GME still has high short interest? And the shorts are pushing the stock down low in preparation of covering, but doing it to slowly to drive IV down. I mean, they want to drive IV down. They're short volatility. But yes, it's possible. It's time for you to start selling copies of options as a strategic investment. Seriously. Just place a trailing stop loss on Fidelity, GME, CC. So you can't place stop limits then? We went over this earlier. There's one of them you can't. I don't use fucking options on Fidelity, but... I'm at 205, $19 call. $19 put. A cash secured put, Dr. Dan. God damn it. Patrick Swayze, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire. Roadhouse.
Happy birthday, Gherk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we
Is it better to watch the 5-minute chart? Can be. Depends on how much volume a stock has. Low volume, yeah. The dollar amount should be the contract value. That's what you're trading. If you look at the order book, they are covering on GME all day. I'm well aware. Can we figure out why XRT shares shorts just keep rising? The short interest on XRT, I know, like, the short interest on XRT is relative to the float, which fluctuates. Are CCs the easiest, least risky way to generate income with shares? Yes. The only way to generate income with shares. Or loaning them out. I mean, those are the two ways. Any stop loss the CC that you wrote? Yes. Any chance BBY goes into the single digit prices? I fucking hope so. Unlikely. Very unlikely. Why do you think a lot of the strikes are removed from the options chain? Are they trying to prevent people from buying those higher strike calls? They're not. Strikes are opened up based on price action within a relative period of time. So GameStop's got a lot of price action over the last year, like very high price action. And so that's why leaps and stuff have, prices open really high up on the chain, like 950s. But shorter term options, as they become available, are only initially available based on, the price action at the time that part of the options chain is opened. So the further out, like leaps and stuff, will experience more of those large price swings than options that are opened up sooner. Like right now, GME only has weeklies out until May 27th, right? So whatever price action happens on GME during this period that these are open, more strikes will open up on these contracts right here till May. But these contracts, these further out ones, these will experience all the price action that occurs during this period and from since they were opened up on the chain like the beginning of the year. Whereas, you know, weeklies, like when weeklies open up, say we run to $500 tomorrow, and then the next like 2 weeks later, some weeklies open up and we're trading at, you know, 150. Those weeklies aren't going to open up to 500, right? They're going to open up at like between like 150 and 250. So the chain won't be as wide on new contracts like as they're added to the chain. Whereas contracts that are on the chain for a long period of time and experience all that volatility will have a wider set of strikes. I think. Yeah, that's a good way to explain it all. I think I covered everything. Yeah, market's closed Friday for people that are still unaware. Someone tried to set a stop limit on GME earlier, and they were unable to. But again, Oni, I don't use Fidelity for options, so it beats me. Seems like the BBY Media FUD campaign is in full swing. Any expectations for earnings tomorrow? They probably short the shit out of it, right? Maybe I should sell some CCs. It's so risky though, because if they announce buyback completion, I could rock it. Fuck, IV's really high too. Like, F25s? Not even worth it. What's the 90-day? Where'd everybody go? The stream's gotten so much smaller over the last few days. All the people chasing left. It's not BBY. Nope. Next pin. $2 a share. It's not worth it though. Just wait. IV on this isn't even that. 29 seconds. Seconds aren't bad. Hate these. If they're gonna sell like really low CSPs for Gen 2024, I mean the risk you have there is that you tie up your money for a long time and they don't get exercised. Although puts are more likely to be exercised, they'll have to go kind of deep in the money for it to happen. Oh no, we were up at like, during the run, we hit like 4,000, I think, at one point. We had a lot of fucking people in here. It was overwhelming. Board Gamer, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate it. Finally.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. We might have a chance, but we
Thanks, man. People caught on to the fact that you're anti-DRS BlackRock exec. I used to roll under the name Bolani and Mo Bolani. Oh, what's up, dude? I remember you. SST forced covering tomorrow? Maybe. It's looking good into close. I'm gonna buy some like May 20s at close, and then I pick up some more weeklies in the morning. Yeah, I got stopped out of SST back here. You've done too good a job at explaining the cycles, and we all know there won't be any price action for a while. They will come back. GameStop's not the only stock in the market. I sell BBYCC now for the money. I don't have to. I shouldn't, but it's like, it's above my cost basis. Also, IV's gonna drop, which is gonna fucking suck. Should do a roll call? Do you have a half-assed Power Hour song? Do you know, since the market is as dull as my cousin? There's no power to this hour. We still don't have a CNS song. Seems like today should be a great opportunity to have my questions answered. It's too bad you've answered all of them over the last year. You're welcome. SST about to rip. Well, it's about to go up a little. I don't know about rip. You got out of your SST calls? Yep. They were weeklies. I wasn't gonna take the fucking theta decay or the drop in price. I was already beyond my risk. I sold at like a 30% or 38% loss, I think. Any dark pool data on SST? Yeah, it was like 75% today. The way you've drawn it, it looks like an ascending wedge, but I think it's just a channel. They're using the wicks? Gross. Actually, I think it's an ascending wedge, and it's a bear wedge, and it's... Oh, you've drawn it in... What stock is that? Is that the SPY? SPY on what? The 1 day? It broke down hard just now. Okay. You learn about at risk, beyond risk, setting up stop limits, etc. Do you have a book research used to develop your strat there? I mean, several, but I would check out technical analysis of the financial markets and options as a strategic investment. Do all dark pool trades hit the lit markets eventually? Yes, and yes, they do. Move the bid ask. It has to do with the settlement of the SLD. So the settlement of the SLD is dragged out longer now than it used to be. It's still, SLD still starts during the same period for deposits on the third Wednesday. But the settlement for it now drags out into the following month, the beginning of the following month. There's a lot more documentation on that rule change if you really want to get fucking deep into it. I frankly don't give that much of a shit. So it diffuses the settlement period over a longer period of time than we saw in previous the previous SLD cycles, which should reduce the effect, the overall effect. Ooh, turd. What's up, turd? Oh, Discord's not working. I can't see any of the things you sent me. Is this all the data for this company? Huh. Yeah, I mean, turd, that's some deep fucking, I mean, cursory glance, but looks like some deep fucking value. But like a 3-year holding period. Are you looking to just buy some shit? Looks like 9 broke to the upside when I told you to look at it. Cool. I was mostly concerned with the deposit period as the repetitive dips per month were lucrative. I mean, they still are. As long as there's too much liquidity in the market, that's going to continue to be a thing, right? As we're going to still have these like end of month down cycles. I think the bigger question though is are we going to keep recovering from them? And the recoveries are getting weaker and weaker with, you know, the more bearish market outlook. So I think Nvidia has more room to the downside. Why the 4-hour and not just the daily? Nvidia's got a bit of a channel here. So there's some support here, which is really like this 206 level and 210. The 210 and 206 are downside supports for NVIDIA. I think it can, based on its current trend, easily fall to those. But it might see a bounce here on this previous trend. Maybe it just got a little carried away with itself on this breakout. It was a good breakout while it lasted. I'm gonna lose all my money on AMD July 15 100C. Am I gonna lose all my money on AMD July 15 100Cs? I don't see why. Just because it keeps going down. And if the market keeps going down, then yeah. I mean, you're buying calls into a correction in the market. You're gonna lose money. But you have till July, which is quite some time from now. What you're seeing is the loss of intrinsic value. Where the fuck did this line come from? There should be some support, at least on the SPY, or in this range. But there's gonna be some here at like 435. It's probably like the EMA 200, 220. It's yeah, 435, which would, you know, give us the other shoulder for this if it is ultimately bullish. You think SST still has a chance to squeeze? I don't think it will squeeze, but there's a chance it could. To confirm you believe the SST squeeze will happen this week? No. I don't think SST is likely to squeeze, and I don't think it's going to do it this week if it does. Yeah, it's actually holding up pretty well. Mostly flat. Does BBY just drag down with the SPY? Or shorters just taking advantage on the downtrend? Both? Why not both? BBY included in active funds, also being actively shorted. BBY had a lot of shares borrowed today. So it's both. What's the significance of CNS closing? No more net settlement for the rest of the day? What fucking price did you sell your CCs at? Kind of huge. Why didn't you roll them, more importantly? You sell CCs at 150, 250 on GME? A couple. Gotta fund my degenerate options, right? I'm not gonna take a loss on the day. Especially not after I made that sick Tesla play this morning. Can you nod your head if you think SST is going to go up now? I think SST is going to get locked into this resistance band. You can make money off everything. If the price moves, you can make money on it. Why is everyone so concerned with what BBBY does today? Who gives a shit? If you're long on it, it's cheap. That's it. I'm dangerously close to being eligible to work in the US, which means social security number plus access to US brokerage and options. Oh boy. Get a good job, Deku. King Kaz. Deku? I guess it's Deku. I'll just call you Gaz. I have 10 BBY April 22 $18 calls, down 11%. Hold or sell? I mean, I wouldn't have fucking bought them in the first place. Good luck? I don't know. Up to you. What's your risk tolerance? Your 1% loss. What's the DD play? Are you holding more calls in another account? No. I just have one call. There's no play. I don't know why I bought it, and I don't know if I should sell it because I can't remember why I bought it. It's my barometer for the Chinese markets. I just don't look at it. Just heard about the DD play. There's no DD play. I mean, there is a DD play, but it's not yet. And it's not looking good. BTU chasing? A little bit. I bought yesterday. I think the potential on it's still really good, though. I don't know. It's a little bit chasey right now. You might want to wait for a pullback. Who told you DD was a squeeze? There is no... Jesus Christ, with the plunge protection shit. I wish I'd never talked about that. I love how all the things that have been extrapolated upon on Superstonk from my like daily DDs are just the worst possible things. Like the Fidelity shares to borrow that spiked up in November, and then the fucking plunge protection team. I wish I'd never talked about any of that shit. It just went over their heads at the time and has become a totally different animal. The cat and HD still on? HD, I think I got stopped out on. Cat still looks fine. And it's not doing a lot today, but it doesn't look bad. Maybe it'll settle back down to 215 overnight. Might get another decent entry on those 220s. But I have so much time on cat, I'm not really concerned. Yeah, HD I definitely got stopped out on because I had, yeah. But I'll probably re-enter it. It still looks interesting. It's just coming down with the market, right? Everything's coming down. The market got excited, and then, you know, in its over exuberance, it realized too early. It did far too much realization too soon, and now it's disappointed with itself. Dang, that 152.50 CC is ballsy. Is it? We'll see. Better yet, it's for next week. It's not even for this Friday. It's also fucking $50 or $40 above my cost basis in this account, so I don't really give a shit. Have you been hired by the PPT? How long do you envision this market correction to last? Are we just gonna creep down until the world ends? That's what happens when everyone's short volatility, right? The market's overvalued, but you can't spike volatility. It's a weird scenario, right? When writing CCs, do you have the ability to select specific tax lots, you know, to avoid losses? Tax lots? Maybe on fidelity. Might be able to do like first in, first out, last in, last out, or last in, first out, rather. When $1 quadrillion derivatives market collapse? Never. It's Deku. You rumble me every time anyway. Fair enough. $414 SPY, $440C. It's so risky, trash. Or poker. I'd want it nearer the money. I just don't like putting it right at the resistance there. I mean, that's like you need a crossover to the upside of the EMA 180, And that's going to take a little bit of bullish momentum, right? Whereas if you're at like 439, you can get out in the money on the test. It might be a little less risky to have like a 439 than a 440. You also may want to wait for the bottom. If you don't think SST will squeeze with less liquidity, smaller float, and higher borrow rate than GME, then why do you think GME has a greater chance to squeeze? More obligations. Also more expensive and harder to control. Plus volatility swaps. None of this shit is on SST, right? There's none of these large derivative positions like they have on GameStop. Remember, FTD Volgavana, then Gamma, then short. A lot of steps. Like, SST could squeeze out the shorts and still only hit like $40. I mean, wheat's just doing okay today. Is getting cash instead of shares a real concern regarding the split and regular brokers, or is this baseless CS fear porn? It's baseless CS fear porn. I think in some countries you can't receive the shares; you'll just get cash, but then you can just use the cash to buy shares, right? So it's same shit. You're shilling this thing called TFT? I don't know what you're talking about. What time tomorrow do you feel SST will hit $40? CSPs are better to buy into stocks at a cheaper rate and collect better than a limit order. Yeah. Why people worry about dividend that hasn't even been announced yet? I don't know. Are you saying puts same like shares? I've said it before. Say it again. GME squoze too soon. A little too soon. If I leave my life savings one more time. Wondering if you want to look at BC Brunswick Corp, solid old company that is now heavily into yacht building. Looks like it would be a good place for puts due to the inflation trend. Interesting. Do you think people who are buying yachts are really going to be super affected by the inflation trend? I mean, their costs are going to go up, but if they sell direct, then they're gonna profit off that all the same, Alethea. Like they're gonna pass on those costs to their customers. It's not like people are shopping for yachts looking for a great deal. Is there a lot of competition in the yachting space? You still holding Netflix calls? Yeah. I still have 380s. But I've got time on them. I'm not super concerned. I'm going to average them down. I'm just waiting for it to finish dropping. QP Rockwell Automation. As far as entering a long-term position goes, is there more room to go to the downside, or is the only software data company to watch the beloved PLTR? I mean, there's no love for Palantir, but I mean, it doesn't look good. It looks like 258. I mean, this isn't a bad price right now at 262, honestly. But it could go back as low as like 258, 256. It could keep dropping. You know, you can, if you have long positions like that and we're entering a correction, you know, you can just cost basis average across it, which will lower your overall cost basis. But as far as like it bouncing, it doesn't look very good right now. I didn't, Heath. I can't say that I did. Take a look at the chart, maybe. And don't you feel like they've lost an awful lot of their value already? I mean, yes, we could see more downside to this, but do you really think this is just inflation fears or just coming down with the market? It's right. It just bounced right off resistance. What are you doing badly today? I'd have to know more about the company to know if it's, you know, like priced in at this point or if there's more room to go. From a technical perspective, yeah, it can, you know, keep falling off into an accumulation period like that, right? And start to find some support, but I mean, I don't really know that much about them. I don't see what I don't understand why they'd be super affected by inflation either. Given that they're also up today and beating the overall market, even on fears of increased inflation. Selling puts plus being assigned isn't even bad because you can average down even with more premium now. Yeah. I never really loved Palantir. I just thought it had potential. It doesn't. But maybe someday. Palantir is more like, it's not like the wife who I still love and I divorced. I would say Palantir is more like a child I had that didn't really meet any of its expectations or potential. You guys know what that feels like? I don't, but I'm sure some of you do. How many of you have birthed what is essentially a useless human being? That's what Palantir feels like. You put the dill in Dillard's? Thanks. Yeah, no problem, Alethea. Maybe you have some sort of knowledge about their practices, or you know how inflation's going to affect their profits that I'm unaware of. Like I said, I don't know a lot about the company. Not everything can be assessed just by looking at technical trends. I didn't YOLO into Palantir at 34. I actually next week when I rewrite my covered calls on it, next Monday, when I rewrite my covered calls on it, I will have a negative cost basis, and yet I still own it. They still don't make money. That's Palantir's biggest problem, is they're not good at, they've never made money. They've been around long before they were public. They didn't make money back then. They still don't make money. They took what little money they had and bought some gold with it, which was odd. I've birthed quite a few useless human beings. Physically? Were you gonna YOLO into SST at close? I'm gonna buy some. If it moves across VWAP, I might buy them a little sooner. But I'm buying for like May. I love being behind in chat when something runs into resistance and then gets rejected. It's one of my favorite things because like I get to read everybody's elation, but then the stock is red. Like I can see what the elation led to, right? Already. It's like being in the future, and it's hysterical. Turn $20 to 300, then 300 to 250. Tesla dead? Looks pretty fucked, Victor. I'm not gonna lie to you. You should have sold on the peak. It's not that. You've ruined stocks for me. Everyone I listen to online has no clue. Thanks for speaking the truth. I mean, there are people. They're just not popular. Because they're not telling people what they want to hear. I was still down at the peak a few days ago. Sadly, no me gusta. I'm sorry, Victor. Sold 20 CC for this week for BBY. I made like 50% so far. Would you hold for earnings or sell? I mean, you could make the other 50%, but you could also get fucked. Sounds like you did it right. What's up, Gaff? Did you get kava today? I went there and I had meatballs and cucumber something. It was okay. It gave me heartburn. I think we have one of those already, CJ. Thoughts on GME ending downward triangle and leveling out over the past few days? I mean, yesterday and today. We're still down 1% today. We might close up. Should be cool. PT for tomorrow if BBBY announces completion of the share buyback. Could go up. I don't know how much, but maybe a little bit. Tomorrow braised lamb is the move. Interesting. Didn't even see that there. ATP did that thing where big spy reversal. There's a big candle that disappears a few minutes later. Glitch's friend, actually. Interesting. I mean, that's usually like a straddle's being placed. Congrats, Windmill. Nice, dude. Jimmy's reported short interest is 19.45. What could the price squeeze to if this is Jimmy's true short interest? I'm trying to keep my expectations realistic. 20% of the float in pure buy volume. Let's push it up. I'm like, if it all got cleared out at once, maybe like another test at 300 or something. It won't. It won't get cleared out at once, but yes, I don't wake up to check GME in the German market anymore. You think bonus depreciation dropping off after this year will have any impact on a company purchasing machinery and tooling? Could. Inflation will definitely affect it. Brown rice, 3 tzatziki scoops, braised lamb, 2 cucumber tomato, 2 feta, yogurt dill, a pita on the side. This is the way. Interesting. Brown rice. Sounds too healthy. She was like, go for it, dude, when I was trigger shy. Do you get better Greek in Jersey and you go to Kava? Shame. There's some shame involved in eating Kava, I'm pretty sure. You write off unrealized losses from your taxes asking for a friend? No. Interesting. Still think SST is going to 30 on Friday? I don't know if it'll hit 30 on Friday. Might have to wait till next week. Do you mind sharing one or two good YouTubers who aren't popular? I don't know about YouTube, but there's some good podcasts and stuff, like macroeconomic podcasts and options podcasts. I don't really know if there's much on YouTube. YouTube is incentivized to be like kind of shilly, right? Like it's very hard for people to even build a tiny following unless they're like well positioned, like lucky, or just like advertising nonsense. I guess I got lucky, although I'm not very big on YouTube. In real life, I'm quite large. I don't eat well. Can I get your quick spy TA? There's resistance at 435. Will it bounce? I don't know. Hey, Matt Kors was well positioned when it all blew up, and then advertised heavily. Did you see the video of the Korean guy trading BTC get liquidated for 500,000 lost? No, that sounds rough. You have to front run your viewers till the numbers get up there. I don't understand what's so good about a Friday where the banks are closed, but I'm still required to be in the office. I don't know. It's gonna be. I love market holidays. It's gonna be a fun weekend. Maybe I'm gonna stream video games all day on Friday. Heard you need to be a data scientist. I just need like a small dog to overfeed. Like I'm trying to create foie gras. Pomeranian foie gras. Spy support at 437. Okay. Does theta value increase closer you get to expiration? Yes. It's a it's a constant. Theta decay is a constant, so it's constantly increasing. Theta is rapidly decaying on weeklies because you're so close to expiration. What happens if we link to our Twitch to Discord and we sub? Anything? Yes. There's channels. Bullish on TFT matches. I'll probably be paying some. I lost a bunch yesterday. What makes selling those weeklies so super tasty? Oh. Where is PETA when he says stuff like that? I don't know. Fuck him. I've already dealt with super stock drama. You think I'm afraid of PETA drama? SST 25C is gonna print tomorrow. I hope so, because I'm gonna buy some at close. But I'm gonna buy them for like a month out, so I have time. Have you had foie gras? Yeah. What does it taste like? It's smooth. It's very creamy in the mouth. Like a meat pudding. Is TFT like chess? Sort of. I just downloaded the new Age of Empires game. It's got better graphics, but I think it's the same game. Can you ASMR? It's very creamy in the mouth for no reason. No, but I'll stare at you weird if you want. How about foie gras liverwurst for rich people? How about some ASMR about how foie gras feels in the mouth? What? No. Should I have a hard bargain? Is foie gras goose puke? Liver. Goose liver. They force feed geese in order to fatten their livers, and then they kill them. Cut it out. Tesla to 998. Not today. Maybe tomorrow. Overnight, probably. How's the bounce? It's okay. SPY recovery looks shitty. It's not where that was, is it? I don't remember. Is it there? Yeah, that works. What do you think about Twitter? Can we see the chart? It looks fantastic. I think it might still have some downside. Quite a bit of it. Twitter may be worth less now than before Elon bought it. New AoE is fun. I don't know, I haven't really got a chance to play it much yet. I think they're trying to slowly cover their shorts on the ETFs. That's why we're not seeing a lot of direct shorting. Still have my $40 twatter puts you told me not to buy. Do you ever get scared of what? Like losing money? I'm not really afraid of it. I've been poor before. We still Y-coughing? Yeah. Twitter gonna tank below 30 again? I mean, if the market comes down pretty hard, it will. I've never been poor, just broke. Same like. Is there negative 20k volume candle on SST? $150,000 volume candle. I've never been in a Turkish prison. You too, Mel. Bro, I wake up like 3 times a day minimum. It's a lot. That's right after. Oh, ATP has like some weird shit where it reports negative volume. I think they do it when they only have one half of the like straddle trade reported. But have you been poor in New York City? I hear the subways are nice and moist. So I've heard it's a good place to get shot. Too soon? Maybe. Do you like escape rooms or haunted houses attractions? What about hayrides? No. What's the homework assignment for tonight? Go read the NYU paper on entropy swaps, and then define how you would set one up in today's current market climate. On BBBY. On strikes. I want the whole replicating basket for the 1/K hedge. It's due whenever you finish it. Not saving the platform, not saving the car. It's almost like the subway itself is a dangerous place to be. I don't go down there. It smells and gets hot in the summer. I want to be locked in an office cubicle with people for 2 hours. I don't know how long they last, but is it SSTS options on shift search bullish? SSTs? There's a big inflow in the past 30 minutes. It seems to be a big inflow every day before close, like right before close. You like Gladiator movies? I like the movie Gladiator. My sister was at Subway when the shooting happened. Not in New York City, but at the sandwich shop. Is she a sandwich artist? You just ride the elevators? Not even those anymore. I've been taking the stairs. I don't fucking trust them. Hater, $5. Cool for them. You look like a husky Russell Crowe. Thank you, I think. Isn't Russell Crowe a husky Russell Crowe? He's got $1 billion. He's worried about losing 100,000. I mean, if I had the money to buy him back, I'd sell him on all 500, Willem. A sandwich savant. Smoke grenades are not an explosive device. Russia being accused of chemical weapons. I've never heard of Russell Crowe's band. Maybe I should invite them on the show for a live performance. Ding ding. Closing the day down 1.4%. Did I fill on my calls? Yep. So good for tomorrow. We'll see what happens. I don't particularly like where SST closed out the day today, but we'll see. I think longs need to rebuild over there. They might have sold too many sold yesterday and get back in. Very mad day. Yeah, I agree. SPY with a little bounce on its trend there. That could be good for tomorrow. We'll see what happens overnight and check futures. I'll post a futures update at some point tonight, maybe, if I feel like it. What SST calls did you pick up? 25s for May 20th. Gilbert Gottfried died? Not Iago. Damn. I'm not doing a Gilbert Gottfried impression. It's too soon. Trash. Too soon. The only person in history to give yourself a full-time job and require overtime. I might be. I don't know where I went wrong. Affleck? Wait, Gary Gensler died too? Check out SST after hours. It's tanking. Is it? It's just down to 23.31. It's down 40 cents. Is impression on Twitch tonight then? No, probably not. I also don't do impressions. So there's that too. Probably shouldn't abbreviate that then. All right, guys. I'll see you all bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a good one. No, Gary Gensler's alive.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.